And good morning from Revolutions Lanes here in St. Joe, Missouri. Ryan Ragland with you, originally on the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour YouTube page, but today we have a little extra as it is the Missouri Masters 2023, the first year that Ryan Burks from Berkey Struckey's Pro Shop here at Revolutions Lanes has put this on. An absolute awesome turnout. We have the 32-man single game elimination or single game match double elimination format going on, and we will have the features of lanes 11 and 12, 13 and 14, but I will be going across the whole house to keep you updated on all the matches and loads of information, scores. We might even be able to talk to a few bowlers while they're bowling if they are okay with that. 130 bowlers for the tournament. There was 30 paid before February 14th for the early entries. There was 68 full entries and 42 re-entries. So a nice field for the first year in the high game of the tournament so far. Brian Manini with a 244, and this is the 2022 USBC Masters pattern. Spencer Robarge from Wichita State has made the match play, and I asked him how this pattern has transferred through the program from one machine to another since he bowled the Masters last year, and he said it's pretty similar. He can actually get his urethane to tip a little bit, and I see he had a couple pitch blacks with some pretty good surface on it. But he said he can get it to tip a little bit more, so it might be hooking a pinch more than what they actually bowled on for the original tournament. So kind of interesting to find out about that and on how everything was going to transfer over. And I'm trying to make sure that the volume level is coming through okay. And I don't want to get it too hot and blow everyone's eardrums out. So if you can, drop me a line on the chat page and let me know how the sound is. I want to make sure that audio is going okay. As we are in the warm-ups right now, as you can see on 11, 12, and 13, 14, Woody Hawkins is taking on Brittany Smith, and Daryl Kaiser is taking on Brad Martin on 11 and 12. And then on 13 and 14, Matt Perry is taking on Zach Rhodes. Kyle Stark is taking on Caden Cook. And that's on 13 and 14. And I'll walk down here to 3 and 4. We'll just do a whole lineup of who's bowling who. Howard's taking on Rodney Carter. 6. Clay Hargrove taking on Spencer Robarge. Victor Cortez taking on, that correctly. Sarah Smith on 7 and 8 taking on Ryan Main. And Joe Finley he'll be bowling Aiden Tisdale, excuse me. And then we'll jump over to 15 and 6. Ryan Brown taking on Carly Kinney and Colin Walsh and Brandon Leibel. 18 is going to be Brandon. P-E-R-D. Name I don't even want to try. 17, 18, then on 19, Manini against Carter Street, and David Cheney and CJ Bacolis, Bakoylis. So we have 30 seconds left to go of the warm-up. And seeing a lot of different angles on this, kind of interesting. I've seen some people already looking looking 20. Some people are swinging it. I see some people staying firm with it and trying to keep everything in front of them. So, sounds good. Jamie Walker, thank you. Appreciate that. That's always comforting to know. That's one of my pet peeves is there video's good, but unless you have the sound, what's the point, right? So I'm kind of walking up and down since with the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers stream, I usually have cameras up for the scores. Kind of hard to do it when you don't have the amount of cameras in order to do that. So I'm going to be kind of walking across looking for the close matches. And while you can be watching the matches on 11, 12, 13, 14, and I'll kind of keep track of those scores as they go on. As Brittany Smith leads off. Playing a little bit more inside. Look like it's the Ruby IQ Tour. And I'll try to get equipment that they're throwing and stuff. And so that's going to be interesting. And I'm back here on 6, and he said he could get to see where he's. And he's just side second when it jumped on him. So yeah, it's get over here, Ryan Burks. Ryan Burks here, and dude, 130 entries. This is this what you thought you'd have with the first year doing this?
Not exactly. I mean, I'm kind of inspired by this whole thing. When I was going to school in Northwest Indiana, they have the Indiana Masters, and that was my favorite tournament to go and bowl while going to school and living over there in Indiana. And they had 440 entries this year.
You have a little ways to go to get to 400.
I got a little ways to go. So, but yeah, for the first year doing this, to have this much interest, to have this many people travel as far as they did, and to have this many bowlers, yeah, I'm really, really happy with the turnout.
And dude, the field, pretty young.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of college guys, some from Wichita, some from up in Iowa. Even with these kids that bowl on these sport patterns very often, this pattern's pretty tough. The scores were still pretty low. You have to excuse me 1 second. I got to go correct a score over here. Sorry.
No, we got a score correction. Hey, the man's busy. He's doing all the work. But it's Masters. In Detroit area, they were playing straight, so we're really trying 10 to 8 or so. Not this one. This one is extremely different. I'm seeing a two-handed purple urethane going down up 10, just trying to keep flow. Even he said that it's tough. You have to stay firm with it, but yet you don't want to really overdo anything with it. So it's kind of interesting to see that going on. A lot of service on the outside by Zach Rose there on 13. Looks like he's just trying to keep the lane in play, not cover too many boards. And then Daryl Kaiser right there just sits there and covers boards and kills the rack. I think this might be one of the more interesting patterns that I've seen with the multiple angles, and it seems like it's shorter. In fact, see if I can pull up, because I guess if we're going to have the pattern, kind of need to know the information on it. Alrighty, bowl.com, And this pattern, and it's a little bit of a shorter pattern. Not too short, 40 feet, 16.5 milliliters forward oil, 15.5 reverse oil, and the brush. And we'll kind of explain some of this later on. The volume's 32 milliliters. Now, to put that in perspective, the last few years, USBC Open Nationals is running like 26, 27. And the total volume on this is 32.3. They're doing, that didn't sound good. Had a rack drop down unintentionally on 16, so we're going to have to wait for that to come back. Distance 40 feet, forward oil is 16 milliliters, reverse drop brush. So it starts at 35 feet with the brush and pulls back on it, and with reverse oil is 15. So it's taking a look at the forward is 20 feet. The reverse starts at 30 feet. And it's kind of a Christmas tree, and it's not really flat. So you can go online and take a look at the, just look up 2022 USBC Masters pattern, it'll come up. But yeah, if you want to, we'd love to have you drop a line in the chat page. Let us know. While I'm walking around, you cut in and out. Okay. Well, probably means I need to raise my antennas a little bit. I'll try to stay somewhat closer, but thank you, Jamie, for letting me know, and I'll try not to go as far out as I need to, but I'm just kind of, right now I'm looking at equipment, services, where they're throwing the ball at. It's not hard to miss the head pin. That's evident from what I'm seeing. If you're throwing pearl, I think surface might be a key right now for what I see to keep the lane in play and not let it, right now early, the more boards you cover, the more precise you really have to be with your hand and your direction. And right there on 13, you can see that's kind of exactly what it is with who was that? With Kyle Stark, where throwing the gold IQ and playing deep, got it right, missed the spot, and goes the 1-2-4-7, and then tries to make sure that he hits the spot, and then it overcorrects and the ball just goes dead left off the pattern. So, and then right there is Zach Rhodes, surface, really keeps the ball in play, keeps it controlled off the pattern. So I think that might be the play right now. And the interesting thing, this being a double elimination, a single game, when you move pair, it's also going to matter what pair you go to with who threw the ball, where, what they threw, rev rate, and all that stuff. So your transition, your breakdown is really going to make a big difference. So right now Woody Hawkins on 11 gets the trip 4. And that's going to help him out. Brittany Smith working on a double right now. Has a strike spared double. And she's throwing, I think, a photon physics, but really keeping it in play. Not really covering a lot of boards, but that's That's a smart deal right now. And it doesn't matter what you bowl. You just have to beat the person next to you. So you're not looking pin total right now. Oh, that's actually looks like a Zen Master that she's throwing. But again, it's surface. I really think that's the play right now.
Yeah. Very interesting morning.
I'm looking at this. I'm thinking surface is what you want to go to early. You don't want to try to cover a whole lot and keep the ball in play.
Yeah, I've also kind of scanned across the house. Zach Rhodes has a great look with, it looks like a supernova with, it's probably at like 500 or 1,000. But down here on the low end of the house, a couple interesting matches. We had a latecomer, and in that scenario, they had to take zeros until they stepped foot into the building. So we had a bowler showed up a little late, so he had to take zeros for the first 3 frames. So he's about 57
about
back,
50,
but
60 back.
you never know with the scores the way they are. So.
Well, I'm watching like Spencer Robards, and he just got done opening, and I talked to him.
He's in a spot
He
right now.
he said he's getting his urethane to tip, and these might be hooking a pinch more than what the actual Masters tournament was playing. So even though he has that little mindset of an idea of how the pattern's playing,
That
it's
was at Gold Coast.
Yeah.
When they put this pattern, it was at Gold Coast, and that is a high friction, same lane surface. Gold Coast, however, those lanes, in my opinion, have a lot more friction. These synthetics here at Revolutions are less than 4 years old.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that match with Spencer, I think he started off spare strike, spare open, and his opponent started off with a 3-bagger.
Well, and the other thing, it's kind of interesting watching how the equipment's coming off the pattern. I looked it up. This pattern is like 36 units, where like USBC nationals, they're running 26, 27. You don't, and it's kind of interesting. You don't see that stuff jumping off the pattern, and this has like 3 or 4 more units than normal, and you're seeing stuff. If you miss a pinch left,
Yeah,
ball's darting on you.
Yeah, it's a lot of volume. Your ball is going to retain energy, and especially if you get the right surface, the right cover to match up, that might smooth things out a little bit.
Yeah.
But with it being flat and high volume, the ball's not going to burn up. It's just you miss left, it's going left.
And the fun thing that I literally just got done talking about, you have your first round. You know what that lane's going to do. After your match, win or lose, you're going to a different pair. Your transition on that pair compared to another pair is going to be different because you don't know who's bowled on it, what they threw, how they threw it, where they threw it.
Right. Yeah, and the match play format, we have it set up to where, just like in qualifying, no pair is going to see more than three rounds. Of course, in qualifying, you had 4 or 5 bowlers to a pair. These first 2 rounds of match play, you do have 4 bowlers to a pair. So you might see a similar breakdown in these first couple of rounds, game by game. But once we re-oil at noon, it goes to single game matches. There'll only be a single game match per pair. So transition.
And it's going to end up going a little bit quicker, so your momentum's going to be different too.
Yeah, it's going to change things a little bit. So I might play into some hands and not into some others. But
I know me, if I'm pre-bowling or practicing by myself, I pick up the ball and go. I can't pace myself, so in that realm, it would probably end up hurting me.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to see some upsets this first round, so I'm going to go down here and check them out. But
yeah, I need to get the sheet and take a look at the seedings and everything and find out which ones are which.
So far, I'll say scores are looking very similar. I mean, you're still seeing some rough scores, but there's a couple people that might have figured out a strategy with a little more surface. Like I mentioned, Zach and a supernova, that looks really good. Brad Martin and Daryl Kaiser
Well,
They're also throwing.
you've got
They're throwing symmetrical stuff with a little more surface.
and Brittany Smith down here. She's throwing the Zen Master, and she's playing it in, keeping it nice and firm, keeping it in play, and she's staying clean. And that's about as all you could ask.
Yeah. Kaiser's actually using. It looks like a Zen U.
I've heard about that ball. I may need to punch one of them. I'm not a urethane guy, but I've heard stories about that ball.
It's definitely different than the Purple Hammer. I think they both serve a purpose, but haven't seen as much of the Zen U, and these patterns, the flatter patterns and the shorter patterns. You definitely see the Purple Hammer. That's no doubt.
And then Brad Martin just walks up with a TNT and just flushes it like it's nothing.
Yeah, he was your 4 seed. He was also the 930 squad leader, which got a $100 bonus for that.
That doesn't suck. You're already in the profit.
Yeah.
What the hey? All right, well, you go walk around and enjoy yourself. And dude, this is a great turnout. I'm liking this.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Just glad to have some scratch bowling back in the Midwest. Of course, Joe Engelkiss up in Iowa has some great events as well, and there's a few also in the Lincoln, Omaha area. But down here, Kansas City, where we're in between the Wichita, Des Moines, St. Louis. We need to see some more scratch bowling. So I'm glad that this is going the way that it is.
Well, and you take a look at what Mike Adamski and David Wassel has done, and with Casey Tur and everything else, this just adds right into it.
Yeah, and they have a scratch event every now and then as well. Most of their events, on some softer conditions, you can say,
But still, it's that whole tournament action, and just adds another level to it.
Yeah. I mean, not only is this on a real hard sport pattern, which, like I said, sometimes they have, they put out some flatter patterns too, but this scratch.
We'll find out who's good.
Yep, definitely.
All right, nice job, man.
Thanks.
So I need to get, first I need to get my glasses, because I can't see 3 feet in front of me. K1 Mitocher. Not sure how that goes. Throwing a shout out to Daryl. And I'm trying to find out. There we go. So the first round of qualifying, the number 1 seed was Spencer Robarge, who averaged 212, and he had an 8-pin lead on CJ Vokalis. In fact, we'll take a look and see how the seeds are doing. First, we'll take a look at Spencer, since he was tournament leader. And Spencer right now working on a spare. He's taking on Clay Hardgrove. So Clay Hardgrove is obviously the number 32 seed, and he averaged 170, and he shot 511, and he was a winner of the roll-off with Conan Mackey yesterday, as they had the roll-off with the 17 through 38, and then they took the top 16 there, went on to this match play. Spencer's actually moved out a little bit, still throwing the pitch black, and it just didn't read. So Clay Hardgrove working on a strike in the 6th with 107 in the 5th.
Sorry, Clay is also vlogging this weekend. There's a big double. Shared with me, he's got his own YouTube channel, Clay Can Play.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's probably has it on there.
Yeah, he takes down Spencer Robarge this first round. I think that might do some things for the
That
might get you some followers.
Tick, 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 tick. So Spencer with a spare, and he's going to find himself down. He's in a bad spot with Clay working on the double, Spencer with a spare, and that's your tournament leader.
I would not want to see Spencer. Any
I'm a loser's bracket. Oh, by the way, and I get to bowl Spencer. Yeah, congratulations.
No, count me out on that. That's why I'm running this tournament.
That's why I'm standing here. I drilled a ball. That's only for Reno, not for this. I didn't sign up to bowl Spencer Robarge, okay?
Got another good match between Ryan Main and Sarah Smith. Sarah on a 3-bagger. Down here on 7 and 8.
Ryan Main is the 9 seed. Sarah Smith, the 24, with Sarah Smith can walk up with a 4-bagger, and that would really tighten things up with Ryan Main with 143 in the 7th with a spare in the 8th working. Sarah can punch out for 245. That would be a nice start to the game. Oh, and she goes 4-9. That's
the second one. 4-9, 3-bagger, 4-9.
And the thing is with this pattern, it's not hard to do that. There's a fine line between leaving a 4 and going 4-9.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, at least, I leave a lot of points.
And Ryan Main just missed the 9 pin. What does that help with?
Yeah, that keeps it even tighter here. I mean, that makes the spare that much bigger here.
What I talk about Brittany Smith down there, I said keep the pocket, fill the frames. That's the best thing you can do right now.
Yeah.
Well, right now he's got 152 in the 8th, and let's give her a 9 out. 40, so it'd be 151. So we're talking a 1 pin difference if she goes 9 out on the 4-9.
Yeah. Looks like Ryan Powers is going to.
And I think going for it is not a bad idea because you're only talking a 1 pin difference.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it looks like Ryan Powers is going to win his first match as well as Dalton Cook. Yeah, they're both
trying to.
Now this match between Ryan and Sarah is the 3-pin game.
Ryan Powers a 21 seed, so that's going to be an upset. And
over Ryan Julian, he was our sweeper winner, our Friday night sweeper winner. Lefty, who had a
too many Ryans in here. How many Ryans do we? This is we are usually the we're usually the minority, but now they're all over the place.
Yeah, you got to watch out when you come in over here.
Dude, we'll just take over the field. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna go walk down over here. I'm gonna see how the store owner is doing, Brian Manini, and. And like I said, the thing that's interesting about this pattern, the multiple ways you can play it.
Yep. No, yeah, you see people trying to use outside second arrow. Some guys are starting in around.
Now, Spencer Robarge with a spare in the 109 in the 7th with a spare in the 8th. And Clay Hargrove, the number 32 seed, is setting 156 in the 7th.
Marking pins. Shut him up.
And he goes up there, goes cross, leaves the 128 or 139. I think he'll be okay. As we'll walk down the other side. As this is the 2023 Missouri Masters, the first year of it, at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe. And this is on the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, page, but we're gonna try to put it on Ryan Burke's YouTube page, but there's a 24-hour wait. So thanks to Dan Schimmerbaugh for allowing us to put it on the senior page and get it out there. And so huge thanks to him. He didn't even bark at it. I just asked him. He said, "Yeah, go ahead, not a problem." So. We will have I guess we can do that. The senior tournament, the next one will be not next weekend, but 2 weeks will be at Lee Summit. At Summit Lanes will be the last tournament of the year for the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. So, if you're 50 and over, come on down. Registration starts at 9, bowling starts at 10. And always a really good field. Brand new HPLs that they have there at Summit Lanes. And take a look at some of the other ones. Looks like Zach Rhodes is going to defeat Matt Perry. on 13-14. Brittany Smith is going to defeat Woody Hawkins and Brad Martin. Brad Martin is going to fall to Daryl Kaiser, as Kaiser can spare strike for 203. And Brad Martin missed that one, so he's going to finish him in the 170s. I'm going to have to change microphones here in a little bit. There we go. All right, thanks, man. Brian Manini helping us out a little bit. And trying to see some of the other scores. Carly Kinney is going to defeat Ryan Brown. And Brandon Leibel has a 40-pin lead over Colin Walsh, so he'll go into the winner's bracket. And all the scores wiped out. So I didn't get the last four because they came out too soon. So we'll go back over here on the low end. So Zach Rhodes 227 to 188 for Matt Perry. And 13-14. Tight match with Caden Cook and Kyle Stark. Cook coming up on the left lane at 121. Kyle Stark already has a strike in the 10th. So that gives him a possible 161 with a spare strike. So Kyle Stark needs to get this one here on 14. Oh, fast 8. That's this pattern. It's not hard to go 4, 4, 9, fast 8, but it's also not hard to whiff the head pin or go bucket or something like that. So 145 is the max for Kyle Stark. And the spare for Cook. So he's at 141, already has 151, so that's a win there for Caden Cook. I'm coming down here on the lower end. And Ryan Main is going to come up with the win. Sarah Smith goes strike, 5, miss. That hurts. So Ryan Main with the win. So Sarah Smith will have to come out through the losers bracket. And Joey Finley is going to, looks like he's going to, 41.79. Well, not yet. Aiden Tisdall, 119 in the 8th with a strike in the 9th. And Spencer Robarge is going to fall to Clay Hargrove, 222. And Spencer will be in the 150s. And looks like Victor Cortez is going to get by John Beaton. And 3 and 4 is done, so I didn't catch them. So we're going to take a timeout real quick. Let everything get spread out. I'm going to try to get the updated scores. In fact, we'll wait and see what's going to happen. Oh, Joey 5 pin. I can say this to Joey. I had my hand up. I had my hand up on that 5 pin, Joey. That was a good one, wasn't it? So 164, but he got he because on Tisdale, but he can only go 159. So Joey Finley will advance. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll get an update, reset on the brackets, and we'll be done here back here in just a little bit on the 2023 Missouri Masters here at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe. We'll be back in a little bit. Alrighty, Ryan Ragland back with you at the 2023 Missouri Masters here at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe, Missouri, and an update real quick on the brackets. And I'm kind of looking around because I don't have all the scores, and I'll wait for those from Ryan. But Hargo defeated Robarge and will be taking on Cortez, who defeated Baton, and they will be on 19 and 20. This is the winners bracket. Ryan Main and Joey Finley will be on 19 and 20 also. Powers and Cook will be on 13 and 14 as Powers defeated Julian and Cook defeated Carter. Smith and Kaiser on 13 and 14. Smith defeated Hawkins and Kaiser defeated Martin. Rhodes and another Cook. Rhodes defeated Perry and Cook defeated Stark. That will be on 17 and 18. So the winners bracket will be on 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and 13, 14. And then the losers bracket will be one pair on 11 and 12. Actually, Spencer Robarge and Baton will be on 11 and 12, along with Smith and Tisdale will be on 11 and 12. Julian and Carter will be on 5 and 6. Hawkins and Martin will be on 5 and 6. Perry and Stark on 7 and 8, along with Brown and Walsh. This is the losers bracket. Cruz and Peterson on 9 and 10. Street and that name. I hope I'm not gonna tear up. Bacchus. Sorry, CJB is what they put down. Is that the update? And continue on the winner's side. Rhodes and Cook on 17-18. Kenny and Leibel on 17-18. Moore and Peeps. Manini and Cheney on 15-16. So we have losers bracket on 11 and 12. Winners bracket on 13 and 14. And have Spencer Robarge and Brian Manini on, or he'll be on 15-16. So actually what you'll be seeing here so we will just see 13, 14. Trying to, I think just, so just, yep, and 13, 14. So many numbers to look at. So we'll have the losers bracket on 13, 14, winners bracket, or check that. Losers bracket 11 and 12, winners bracket on 13 and 14. Sorry about that. Jamie wants me to get with Victor. Where's Victor at? I'm looking around for Victor. I should see Victor, but I don't see Victor. Where did Victor go?
That's what I just said, yeah.
There's Victor. See, there's Victor. Let me come over here real quick. Let me see if I can get him. Back over here toward the whole deal. So I had a request from a Jamie Walker that wanted me to get in touch with you. So your first match, you're in the winners bracket. That's always the first one you want to get through, is that first match. You don't want to dump down in losers bracket and really have that hard trail back.
Right, yeah, it would be a whole grinder. Right now, they're just kind of, and I was able to stop there. Had a really good reaction on the right lane, the left lane. Seemed like it kept going light, but they were. So The lanes get a little bit better as the day goes on, and we can manage something.
Kind of looked like, just looking at the whole thing, it looked like surface was going to be the key. Just keeping the lane in play. I mean, we saw some guys are really trying to arc it, and really, it's like the more boards you cover, the more fine you have to be with everything.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go left to right at all, your ball roll has to be good. I mean, it has to be absolutely perfect. So, yeah, a lot of guys go with a lot of surface. I'm in urethane just to kind of like trap it, and if it rolls up and kind of playing that fallback shot, if it touches the headpin, I'm okay. But if it doesn't, I'm in trouble.
Kind of keep the lane in play until it starts breaking down, or you get to a pair, because this is where the interesting part comes in. You don't know who's been on it, what they've thrown, and everything else, so you don't know until you throw that first ball.
Right. Make the most out of the 2 shots you get out of practice and hope that maybe you see something and it comes becomes a pretty good score. But from what I saw on my end of the building, there were a lot of low scores, and then I see 220s, 230s out there. So there are some pairs.
All right, well, good luck, man. Keep going.
Thank you.
There you go, Jamie. Victor Cortez, just for you. See, we take requests. So everyone's waiting for the next match to come up. Let's see. Let's see if we can get with the store owner here. Yeah, I know you're talking about. We're going to get with you anyway. Brian Manini just got done talking to Victor. First win on the first round. Major issue. Or, I mean, not issue, but I mean that's what you want. That's the first thing you want to. You don't want to dip down in that losers bracket early.
That is correct. Yeah, there's a lot of games if you get to the losers bracket, so it's already hard. It gets harder.
Well,
that route.
I'm looking around. You got Joey Finley, you got Brandon Leibel, and Brian Manini. Yeah, all 3 seniors, and then you have all these kids around here. What's up with that?
So I'm looking forward to the senior tour stuff. There's a slightly less urethane on that tour, so.
I was going to say, and this pattern, I mean, man, you can attack it a whole different ways, but man, you got to keep it in play.
Yeah, it's just trying to keep yourself out of trouble and pick up spares is what it is. Yeah, it's fun. It's challenging, fun, and you got to hope you don't leave anything you can't make, and then make the shots you can make.
Fill frames when you get a chance.
Yep, and throw one good shot a game.
There you go. Good luck. Brian Manini, the owner here at Revolutions Lane. So, okay, I'll give it Brandon Leibel since he's sitting there. I just got done making the comment to Brandon. We have Joey Finley, we have Brandon Leibel, and Brian Manini. We have the seniors amongst the young bucks here. Guys are holding it pretty stout here.
Well,
and all 3 are in the winners bracket.
So far, yes. It was. I had a heck of a match. I had to get a double in the 10th and then one to win, and he threw a great ball that just rung a 10-pin to give me a chance. And so.
Well, and with your game, with you and Joey, not covering a whole lot of boards, and you don't cover, and I think that leads to you guys because, man, you don't want to cover too many boards unless you have to.
No, I don't have enough hand. I got to stay up the back of it and just bump it off of it and get it back and hope it carries. Actually, my whole game plan is get some strikes, but make good enough shots to leave myself a spare that is coverable.
I'm going to give you a mindset. 9-pin, no tap.
Yeah, no doubt.
9-pin, no tap.
No
just
doubt.
get the 9 and fill the frame.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't care what
when you can.
I don't care what anyone says. 9-pin, no tap to me is some of the best practice you can do.
I don't disagree. As long as you don't get into the mentality of that's all, that's all you want. But in like this pattern, 9-count spare is you're gonna be in it the whole way.
All right, we'll keep the torch for the old guys like us.
No doubt. Thank you.
Brandon Leibel had to get with him real quick, and okay, we'll complete the hat trick. We'll get. Hey Joey. We'll get the other senior real quick, because not very often do we get seniors that are in the winners bracket. So we might as well do the hat trick. We're doing the hat trick as seniors, so we got Manini, we got Leibel, might as well get Finley here. The guys are holding the torches for the seniors.
What's going on, man?
Dude, 5-pin in the 10th. Good thing you didn't need it.
Well, you are very correct. It is, no spare is impossible to miss on this. It's a really demanding deal, and if you overturn it, you could be in a lot of trouble, and if you underturn it, you could be in a lot of trouble. So,
and this tournament just looks fun.
Oh yeah, it is real fun. I mean, the best part about it is you have to grind on everything to try to move on. You're not going to shoot 250 every game. You're going to shoot 170, 200. Pray it's good enough.
You shoot 220, 230. You're doing really good.
Oh yeah, very much so. I think there was only 7 people yesterday or something like that that shot 600 for the set. So that's a tough day.
Well, keep it going. Keep like I told Brandon. Keep the banner going for the old guys.
Hey, we're trying. Got to keep representing, right?
Finally, the third and final senior, as we are ready to go. They get 2 balls on each lane.
Remember, again, you just get 2 balls on each lane. Please verify that the name
See, right to left. I bet I know who that is.
is as soon as possible.
I know who that is. Right to left. Let's see. I'm not sure. Maybe not. So we're going to have Spencer Robards taking on John Beaton and Sarah Smith and Aiden Tinsdale. As the loser of these 2 matches will be done for the tournament. And then Ryan Powers and Dalton Cook, Brittany Smith and Daryl Kaiser on 13 and 14. And on the loser side, Matt Perry and Kyle Stark, Ryan Brown and Colin Wallish on 7 and 8. Ryan Julian, Rodney Carter, Woody Hawkins, and Brandon Martin on 5 and 6. And on 3 and 4, Brandon Cruz, Bo Peterson, Carter Street, and CJ Picolis. And on the winner's side, as we take a look at 15 and 16, Eric Moore, Trevor Piper Gertis, Brian Manini and David Cheney on 15 and 16, Zach Rhodes, Caden Cook, and Carly Kenny, and Brandon Leibel on 17 and 18, Clay Hargrove, Victor Cortez, and Ryan Main and Joey Finley on 19 and 20. So that's your lineup for the second round. Lanes 3 through 12. The losers will be done for the day. And Sarah Smith, she really had a chance. She had the 3-bagger and had a chance for the win, and just had a bad break on the 4-9. I believe it was in the 8th or 9th frame. 8th frame, I believe. Lefty in the house. It's got to be Siegel. I'm right to left. I thought your YouTube page was or your Google was a different name. Spencer Robards with a lot of surface trying to play up 5, and he doesn't look very happy.
All right. Well, yeah, one more thing to mention. We had $1,000 added for the St. Joseph USBC bowlers, a separate prize fund.
Oh, okay.
Now that I'm reviewing that list, your 10th place, we were just counting all the St. Joe bowlers that were still alive here. Your 10th place finisher, right, and these are all this previous year, you had to be a St. Joe, an active St. Joe USBC member. Dan McCook grabbed the 10th place spot.
Danny.
We had Rick Gebauer get 9th place, and James Hagan was your 8th seed.
So the top seed got the 1,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean 8th seed. He was 8th place in that. But no, we have $1,000 added, and I spread that. I spread that pretty evenly amongst them. But nice
not
little
bad
bonus. Nice little bonus incentive for the locals.
If I lived in the area, I'd have joined.
Yeah, I mean, and to still have 7 of us alive. I think, how many on the winners bracket?
Well, and not only that, the 3 seniors
6 out of the 7 St. Joe guys are on the winners bracket. So.
And all three seniors won their first match. Holding the banner for the old guys.
Heck yeah. Nobody's out of it.
Who would have thought Spencer Robards would lose his first match? And his look right now does not look the best.
Yeah, like you said earlier, at least what he communicated to you is that his urethane was tipping. It doesn't seem to be tipping quite so much. He's starting to do that thing where he lofts it. As you can see there, he's starting to elevate it a little bit to trying to get the ball to retain a little bit more, to go even straighter through the fronts.
Well, it looks like
those 3 pins.
It looks like like you said, he's hit it more and moved left to try to get it just to feed it.
I just bowled the tournament with him last month up in Greater Iowa. Qualified as the 8 seed in one of these big step ladders and ran it all the way to the top. He won 9, I think it was 9 matches to take home the title of the Ebonite Winter Classic. But, those matches were going back and forth on 2 pairs, and watched him as the pattern progressed. He just started lofting it and going straighter and hitting it more. So he lives out there. He lives on the edge, but
he's on the edge right now.
Yeah, I'd say that. If you're John Baton, you definitely want to get off to a hot start here, and not let him get comfortable.
Well, and the other thing is, we're talking about a guy that literally he's been under the lights and he's bowled with the best, so his nerves aren't going to get to him.
Yeah, I think Spencer's probably seen everything that you can see up to that age. He's bowled everything that you can bowl at that age. So travel the country, overseas, but there's Johnny already giving him some leeway. So.
Yeah, don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that. Nope.
Well, and then then you've got you're kind of looking down here. Everyone else down here on the low end, they've got Sarah Smith. I mean, you take a look at what she had. She had a look and just had some bad breaks.
Yeah, a couple 4-9s in the wrong, in between 3-bagger, and made a big difference. But
I like her look right now.
The proton physics looks pretty good. She's rolling it,
I think I discussed about one with you a while back, and I didn't do it, so maybe I probably should have.
Yeah, no, I definitely still see a lot of protons out there as far as that big cover ball, the number 1 ball in a lot of people's bags. It was a good one. It was a good one for sure.
And then Aiden Tisdale, the 2-hander, still trying to cover some boards, and he actually had one. I don't know if he double dribbled or whatever, but he threw one in the ditch off his practice, and he was looking at his hand. So I wonder if it's just right now. It looks like it might be more of a timing deal, and then John rides the rail down 5.
Yeah, just getting after it. Too fast.
That's that 30 milliliters.
Yeah, you can't.
Or 36, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, you have one shot where it hooks early and goes left on you, and then you try to gas it a little bit. And I will say, running the pro shop here, bowling league here, lane to lane, pair to pair is, there's a fair difference from the low end to the high end, but pair to pair across the house is fairly consistent. But lane to lane can be tricky sometimes. There's some of these pairs in here where the left lane hooks 5-6 boards more than the right lane. So,
well, and depending on what John does here, that's a better one. Okay, he covers, but still, he really needed to spare that one, because if you're going to go open to Spencer and he's on the mark, don't tell me that shark's not going to be out there biting for the strike.
Attack mode.
Let's see what Spencer does here. Is Brittany Smith.
Make sure we got our payout ready for this round.
Yep. And leaves the 3-6 on 14. Spencer up 5. Looks like Spencer may have to do some manipulating. Ryan Powers right there with the head pin, and that's kind of what we're talking about. When you go left to right, it's not hard to miss the head pin. And Jeffrey Snodgrass checks in. How's it going, Jeffrey? And that's not nice. Aiden Tisdale with 7-10. Go down here on the low side real quick and see what's going on. Kyle Stark with an early lead. Matt Perry with a spare open. Kyle Stark with a strike, spare strike. Colin Walker with a light 8-pin, but man, you've got to take the 9 counts when you can, make them makeable, and then Matt Perry just takes the 6 off the 6-10. Rodney Carter goes open double. Ryan Julian with a spare strike on 5 and 6. With a open spare coming up, and Brandon Martin slow rolling, leaves a 10-pin. Wait for the screen to clear as he goes strike, open, possible spare here. Brandon Cruz with a strike, 2 spares against Bo Peterson with a spare, open spare, a missed 6-pin. And CJ Bacolius goes spare strike against Carter Street with a spare double. And then coming down here on the high side with the winner's bracket, Ryan Powers with a strike and 2 spares. Taking on Dalton Cook with a spare strike and missed a 4-pin. Brittany Smith with a washout here as she has a strike spare and an open and a strike open strike for Ryan Powers. So that match, or check that, they switched on me. Strike open strike for Daryl Kaiser. So that one's kind of tight. Ryan Peters really covering some boards on 14. And Sarah Smith trips out that 4 for the 4-9. Zach Rhodes leading Caden Cook. Brandon Leibel to spare double against Carly Kenny with a strike and 2 spares. Victor Cortez looking to go 4 spares in a row against Clay Hargrove with 2 spares and a double. And then Joey Finley with a spare open and Ryan Main with a strike and 2 spares. So that update so far. Go back to our feature pairs here. Uh-oh. Sarah Smith on the 9-pin. I could see that one right off her hand. And that's all you can do, just take a big, deep breath and sit down. Could have had a pretty demanding lead on that one. Still has a big lead, but yeah, got to cover the spares. Spencer with a little bit more of a loft and still going 3-pin. Just can't get the ball to finish up. And got to wonder, and right now with him being up in the match, helps with his decision if he's going to do a ball change or maybe another move or something. So, and you don't need a big score. You just got to beat your opponent right now. And John Baton goes high with the 3-7. Sorry about that. Had to give me a glass of water real quick. Jeffrey, the pattern today is the 2022 USBC Masters. You should have bowled this, man. Probably would have done pretty good. They had 3 squads, 3-game qualifying, and you could re-enter. And then 17 through 48 bowled 3 games through the qualifying, and the top 16 or the lower 16 of the brackets, and single game double elimination. So we have the losers bracket on the left side on 11 and 12, winners bracket on 13 and 14. So right now Spencer Robards, he's going to keep playing that spare game if he has to try to find something. Has a pretty good, decent lead right now. Sarah Smith leading up on Aiden Tisdale on 11 and 12. But Aiden Tisdale has a double working right now as he walks up in the 5th. Ryan Parrish with the lead on Dalton Cook, and Daryl Kaiser with the lead on Brittany Smith. And now Spencer goes 4-pin. Goes back-to-back 3-pins, and then goes 4-pin. That's about normal. Try to make that small adjustment. So down here on the low end, get another update real quick. Kyle Stark with a spare conversion of the 310 in the 5th. Walking up 6th as Matt Perry just converted a 3-pin as he has spare 2 opens and then 3 spares. And he's really covering the lane. Tight match between Woody Hawkins and Brandon Martin. And another time with Rodney Carter and Ryan Julian on 5 and 6. And by Brandon Cruz and CJ Bacolius on 3 and 4. And that's in the losers bracket. Oh, smashing 4-9 by Ryan Brown as he's already down by 6. Game's not quite where I want it to be. Whose is, Jeff? Always working, always fidgeting. Sarah Smith looking at a 6-pin. Aiden Tinsdale with a 3-bagger. And see Clayton Hargrove looking at a 3-6 or 2-4-5 against Victor Cortez, but Victor walking up looking at a 3-bagger as he's obviously made an adjustment. Throwing that purple hammer, keeping the ball in play, crosses over for the 6-pin. But he's back in the game now. As he's going to go, actually going to be in 122, so he'll be tied up. Both will be tied up at 122 on the 6th, working on the spare. If Victor gets a spare of the 6-pin, he'll be tied up after 7. Ryan Main and Joey Finley. Main with 95 in the 5th, working with the spare in the 6th, coming up to bowl. Joey Finley with the strike in the 6th, 73. So he's looking for the double. Joey needs the double here. Caden Cook just wrapped a 10-pin as he was working on a spare, down by 13 over Zach Rhodes. Brandon with a open 135 in the 6th, 88 in the 6th for Carly Kinney. So Brandon with about a 50-pin lead there. Like we say, you don't need a big score. You just got to beat your opponent. Pretty simple. Brian Manini with a 12-pin lead, or 13-pin lead over David Cheney. And Trevor Piper Gertis. God, I'm trying to get that name right. With the lead over Eric Moore. If he's going to keep winning, I'm going to have to get that name figured out. I'll have to go down and ask him. Ryan Powers. Or check that. Daryl Kaiser just missed the 10-pin. Dalton Cook was waving it right. Should have been waving it left. He goes to 310. But has the lead. Spencer Robarge has yet to strike. He's gone 10-pin, 4-pin, 3-pin, 3-pin, 7-pin, 9-pin. With John Baton just getting a strike there, 82 in the 6th, 95 in the 5th for Spencer. Hey, time check for Spencer. He's pumped now, he's got the strike. Talk to me, dude. Let's see. We're clean. We got the first strike. What are you looking at?
This is college bowling. I'm trying to get 9 and spare it.
That's you know what
Because I'm not going to catch the ridiculous breaks. I'm not going to throw one bad enough to Brooklyn more often than not. So
well,
I'm not going to get any wallies. So.
Well, I got to ask real quick. The shirt is that the Hertz Donuts from Springfield look?
Well, it wasn't trying to be, but if they want to, throw some money at my way and sponsor me, I wouldn't be upset with that.
I didn't think you would.
I'd gain 20 pounds if I do it, though. I mean,
already. Hey, one trip donut shake. That's all you need. Exactly. Spencer Robarge in action interview. But yeah, that's kind of what he said. Just get the 9 spare. And he's staying clean is all he's doing. And Brandon Beaton missing the 10-pin beforehand. He has the split. He's made some spares, but yeah, staying clean is the name of the game. We'll give a Spencer back in a little bit and get his thoughts. Aiden Tinsdale just converted the 4-pin, 135 in the 6th, spare in the 7th, and 20 pins down to Sarah Smith, but she's working on the strike. So if there's going to be the move to be made, this is throw a double, another double up there, and game on if Aiden gets a little bit of the miss. Trying to catch some of the games. 3 and 4 is about done, so looks like Looks like Brandon Cruz might be come up with a 15-pin win as they walk up in the 10th. 10-pin left by Bo Peterson with 128 in the 9th. Strike, or in the 8th, strike in the 9th. Goes wrap 10, so Bo Peterson, 143 in the 8th, so he's got a 15-pin lead. And he crosses over, goes 2-8, so he just needs to make this, needs to spare it. And then CJ Bacolius has 164 in the 8th, spare in the 9th, coming up in the 10th. For Carter Street has 158 in the 7th, working on a double. So spare by Peterson and a miss by Brandon Cruz. 169, and that's not going to hurt him because Bo Peterson can strike for 168. So Brandon Cruz, not too upset about that. He'll take that 1-pin win no matter how bad it was. So Brandon Cruz will advance on. Yeah, trying to catch some of these other ones. So it looks like Street's going to be interesting as he walks up. If he gets a strike here, he's going to pretty much lock it up. He goes fast 8. He goes fast 8, so we're looking 80, 214. So if he goes spare and count, Carter Street's going to win this one. Ryan Julian's going to move on with a big win. Looks like Woody Hawkins going to move on. Colin Wallace, and Kyle Stark. Looks like he's going to move on. So we're going to go to the high side here and see what we got. So Sarah Smith, with that bad break in the first game, just couldn't quite get it to roll up on this one, and looks like Aiden Tinsdale is going to come up with the win. And Spencer Robarge is going to spare John Baton to death for his win. As we move down, 163 in the 9th for Dalton Cook, working on that 3-pin on 13. And a 3-pin left by Ryan Powers with 165, but he's going to come up with the win as he can go 205. So he's going to advance on. And looks like Trevor Pendergrass defeated Eric Moore for his second win. Brian Manini's going to go for his second win. And Brittany Smith is going to win her second match over Daryl Kaiser. And walking down a little bit more, Zach Rhodes walking up in the 10th, smasher, backdoor trips to 4-pin. This guy makes a great window. See here, double 151 in the 7th, double in the 8th and 9th for Zach Rhodes. So he's pretty much has that one locked up. Brandon Leibel looks like he's going to have his game in hand over Carly Kinney. And Victor Cortez with 198 with it left a 4-9. 97 against Clay Hargrove is going to be down by 1 pin. So Victor Cortez, Jamie, you're going to be happy. 1 stick win is all it takes. And Joey Finley has the 2-5 with a 141 in the 8th. Working on the double, so he can go 181 with a spare strike. And he converts that. Possibility of a tie. If Ryan Main goes spare strike, we'll have to see what he does here on 20. And he slowly takes the 10 out, and that's going to be a winner for Ryan Main. So Joey Finley down, dude, we got to talk to the man here. Yeah, all it takes is one stick to win, right?
Absolutely. I actually just won by 2 sticks, so
It was 2 sticks. I'm sorry, I got one over here earlier. Uh, this pattern, man, it makes you make the shot.
absolutely. I mean, this is probably one of the hardest patterns that you can actually bowl on, to be honest. Other than like the U.S. Open, I believe. You have to really, it's all about your shot making and controlling your ball speed, honestly.
Well, then you take that in mind that the pros are bowling on 22:30. It's like what?
That just shows how like amazing, outstanding they are at bowling. Like they're on a different level than everybody else.
Everyone can bowl in the house shot until you get on this, and then it's a reality check.
Absolutely.
Well, you did the losers bracket earlier, and that just adds a little bit more of the tightness, like you're throwing the ball in a phone book. Now you can relax a little bit, but you still get back into that same realm that you got to start making the shots or you're done.
Absolutely.
All right, good luck, man. Rest of the way. Talking to Brandon Cruz, who come up with a 2-pin win in the losers bracket. So that's going to do it for this round. And we'll take a little bit of a time. Take a little bit of a timeout real quick. Let everyone get settled. The two winners from the winners bracket will take a little bit of a break next round. They won't bowl, and now we're going to have everyone that will be bowling this round will have a loss, and half of them will be looking for their second win and stay alive. So we'll be back in a little bit with an update in a little bit. Ryan Ragland back with you at Revolutions Lanes here in St. Joe with the 2023 Missouri Masters. As we are getting ready to go into round 3, as everyone that has 2 wins so far will take a break on this one. We'll have single matches on a pair, and so it's going to go a little bit quicker. In fact, let's see if we can get with Spencer whenever you get a chance. Yeah, whenever you get a chance. We'll get with Spencer. He's in a discussion right now. And trying to see.
Go Broncos!
Oh my God, Manini. Manini needs to be shot. Actually, I thought this was. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so everyone's still bowling. I was looking at it incorrectly, obviously, which is normal for me. 12, So still going to have 4 winner bracket matches, and well, wait a minute here. Nope, take it back. We're going to have 8 loser brackets, so everyone that bowls in this one will be. So I was correct. Everyone that bowls on this one will be fighting to stay in the tournament. We'll get with Spencer and Brittany Smith. Brittany's getting some stuff done real quick. And I wish I had scores, because it's kind of hard to keep track of whatever. Excuse me. Yeah, Spencer. Okay, well, you spared him to death, which was what your plan was.
Yeah.
You executed that to perfection.
Yeah.
But probably not going to last very much longer as it goes on. But then again, at the same time, you need to stay clean and put that pressure on him.
Yeah, I mean, I think being in the losers bracket, you know, you might get 150 bowled at you, you might get 240 bowled at you. I don't know what I'm going to get. So.
And all you got to do is beat the person next to you. You don't have to throw that big score.
Well, yeah, that's what I did yesterday.
All right, get down there. They got the lanes on.
Every time my brackets was in play, I bowled decent. No brackets today.
Yeah, no brackets today. But Spencer's going to be moving over to 13 and 14. He'll be taking on Clay Hargrove. Caden Cook and Kyle Stark will be on 11 and 12. Eric Moore taking on Brandon Hawkins. Or excuse me. That's not Brandon Hawkins. Brandon Hawkins is Clayton Walsh, Carly Kennedy on 3 and 4. I'm starting over. David Cheney and Carter Street on 5 and 6. Brandon Cruz, Eric Moore on 7 and 8. Lanes are on. Throw the ball, right, Coach?
Yeah, the actual match starts at 10:30. We're
And like I said, Kyle Stark, Caden Cook on 11 and 12. Spencer Robards, Clay Hargrove on 13 and 14. 15 16 is Aiden Tinsdale and Joey Finley. And this, Ryan Julian and Dalton Cook. 17 18 and Woody Hawkins, Kaiser on 19 and 20. And Finley just stands in my way. No, you're right. So, where did Brittany Smith go? I was going to get with Brittany Smith. All of a sudden, she vanished on me. She's in the winner's bracket. She gets this round off. I'll catch up with her in a little bit. That one sailed, so it's already thinking. Brandon Leibel in the winner's bracket. Hey, you get a round off. That's not bad. Two out of 3 seniors win in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I'll take it. Keep moving on and see what happens next.
And you got the K-State colors going to keep you nice and warm.
That's That's right.
I got a KU jacket if you need to stay a little bit warmer.
I don't think I'll ever be that cold.
I didn't think so. But then again, I had to offer. I had to be a nice
That is
person.
nice, very nice of you, but at this point I'm going to decline.
You're going to decline. You respectfully decline.
That's right.
my offer. Okay, there we go. Brandon Leibel, the 2 wins. He gets the break in the winners bracket. And right there, a little slower speed by Spencer. So I wonder if that's going to come into play. Still trying to find Brittany Smith. There she is. She's all the way down there. See if I can get. There's one of the nice. How you doing, girl? Good seeing you. So are you staying in trouble?
No.
No.
Why?
Why would I do that,
Why
right?
would I do that?
Exactly. Let's see if I can get with Brittany Smith. So I'll go down here, Brittany Smith, and come back down. Can I talk to you down here real quick? I need to stay closer to the receiver. Brittany Smith has two wins, and the first round, the main key is to get the first game, so you don't get in a loser's bracket. But now you got the bonus, and you got the 2 games, and now you get a little bit of a break, and you get the re-oil, which is going to be nice. Or would you like to see them not re-oil?
Honestly, I don't think it matters. They're so hard out there right now that it's just about being consistent and making your spares at this point, because they're tough no matter if we bowl 10 games or 1 on them. So
I early after the first game, I'm kind of watching, and I'm looking majority surface might be the biggest key to the first round after the re-oil.
yeah, I've been starting with surface most of the time, and every time I switch to shiny, I'm almost regretting that I didn't start with shiny. I don't know what it is for me, but every time I pull out my IQ Ruby, I get a lot more misroom with it than I do with everything else. Everything else I got to be so precise, but mentally I still know I should be throwing surface, and I think that's what it throws it. For sometimes it's okay to just go with your gut.
Is that just
and go
that
against it?
Is that just that visual that you're used to seeing?
Yeah, definitely. And you just, trying to slow the ball down versus, getting it to check off the end of the pattern. But so far, every time I pull that ball out, it seems to work. I strung a 4-bagger the last game, and unfortunately, if you string 3 or 4 together on this pattern, that's almost a winning because nobody's stringing strikes right now. So.
Yeah, I was gonna I've repeated it a lot of times. You don't have to throw that big score. You just got to beat your guy by 1 pin.
Exactly, and that's why spares are so crucial right now. And I've missed a couple almost every game, and my guys have been helping me out. I'm not throwing the ball the best, but so far what I'm doing is working. So we'll just keep doing it.
And keeping all the boards kind of close as you can, and not
Yes.
cover a bunch.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. These guys, especially these guys that aren't throwing urethane, they're super left. As a female, I don't quite have the rev rate they do, but I'm higher on the female spectrum, so I'm trying to stay somewhere in between. Not playing up the boards with urethane, but definitely not fifth arrow.
You got your coach over there. You kind of talking strategy right now.
My grandpa, man, he always thinks he's got some pointers, which are always great. Don't get me wrong. He's the one who's like, "You're not going to try that in practice?" I'm like, "No, that's stupid." And then I pull it out, and I flush in the back, and I'm like, "All right."
What do
maybe I will
grandpas
do
know,
that."
right?
Right? He follows me to every tournament, so I can't complain. I love having him back there, and it doesn't matter what I'm doing, he's always supporting me. So good or bad.
All right, talking with Brittany Smith, 2 wins. Keep it going, girl.
Thank you.
All right, we get started with the matches here. In fact, one thing I need to get with, I need a list of all the sponsors so I can read those off. Oh, well, what was I thinking? Do what?
Just don't give out James's phone number. I don't know.
Oh. Oh, let's see. Berkey's Turkey's Pro Shop, the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, which is on supplying the stream for this time. R&K Shutter and Schuster, I mean.
Yeah, Richard and Kathy Schuster.
Yeah, I just ran into Kathy down there, and I had to get a big hug from her.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Richard and Kathy.
Yeah.
Past owners here, just it was time. I mean, you get Brian Manini that gets a hold of it and what he's done with this place, but Rich and Kathy, just two of the nicest people you're going to meet.
Yeah, great bowling advocates. They've done a lot for bowling in our area here in St. Joe, and yeah, just really appreciate them. You know, even after stepping away from the bowling alley, to continue to donate and give back to the bowling community. It really means a lot. They're great people, and they're just passionate about bowling like we are. So we're lucky to have them.
And Kathy always has that big smile and always ready with a hug.
Yeah, I get a hug from her every time.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome. But sponsors of the tournament also Faces Line. Jason does a lot of great stuff here in St. Joe. So, and James Lawn Care, sponsor of the tournament. You got to love it. So make sure you drop us a line on the chat page. Love to hear from you. Joe Davidson says hi. Oh, she's saying hi to Jamie. Well, they're the friends. There you go. So Clay Hargrove working on a double. Spencer with a spare strike. Wow. Ball just never read. So he's going to go 310. Or 3-7, excuse me. Caden Cook with a spare open. Skinned it. Stark did. It really looks like speed control might be the key for Spencer. It was one that he threw that really just eased up on the speed and let the ball roll, and I think that one he just kind of planed it a little bit. And spares the 3-7. Shot maker making the shot. Cruz on an 8 with Eric Moore. Moore with a spare open. Strike open for Brandon as he's looking to spare a 10 pin. Makes that one. Carter Street with an open 2 spares. David Cheney with a spare strike walking up into third on lane 6. Throwing that Venom shock, and he's keeping that one pretty firm right up 15, just trying to keep it tight off the pattern. And Colin Walsh and Carly Kinney. Kinney with a strike spare as she's walking up into third, the lefty. And goes 2-7. As Colin Walsh has a spare strike and missed a 10 pin. And we'll walk up to the high side. Joey Finley with a 3-bagger, looking at a 10 pin for the spare. And covers that on 15. And then we have a double and spare by Aiden Tinsdale. So a good match here on 15-16. Ryan Julian looking at a 139 with a spare open. And Dalton Cook with a strike and 2 spares. And Julian on the spare, so strike open or spare open spare. And then down here on 19 and 20, Daryl Kaiser with 2 spares and 2 strikes. And Woody Hawkins with a strike, open strike, and looking at a 4 pin. So they're going to do a re-oil after this, so we're going to have a little bit of a break. And I'm just going to keep the stream going. I'm not going to end the stream or anything. I'm just going to have something on it that says lane's being re-oiled. And the trip there. And Spencer with the late push on the 7. And getting a few things done real quick. And we'll do a walkthrough real quick and get an update. Start down here on 3 and 4. Curly Kinney working on a double walking up in the 6th. As she has 58 in the 3rd. And walking up in the 6th looking for a 3-bagger. And just couldn't quite get it to read. Leaves the 5-9. Colin Walsh has 67 in the 4th, working on a spare. David Cheney with a big lead, but just opened in the 6th. And Carter Street working on a 3-bagger, walking up in the 7th. And goes high with the 6-10, but he's going to have the lead on the spare. That'll work. Thanks, man. So Eric Moore with an 83 in the 5th, working on a spare in the 6th, 65 in the 5th, as Brandon Cruz is looking at the infamous 110 and wraps the head pin around the 10. So he's going to have the open. And he's going to be down. Kyle Stark with 96 in the 5th, spare in the 6th, or 5th with a spare in the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, Spencer Robarge has a pocket strike again. Caden Cook with a 93 in the 6th with an open. Carsart looking for that carry, but wraps the 10 pin. So he's going to have 115 in the 6th. So he's going to be working on a spare and a 12 pin lead as Clay Hargrove, excuse me, has 104 in the 6th. Looking at the 8 pin as Spencer Robards now has a 4-bagger. Joey Finley, 105 in the 5th, working on a strike in the 6th as Aiden Tinsdale is looking at a 1-3 in the 7th frame with a 99 in the 6th. So Joey Finley looking to advance on. Ryan Julian, 87 in the 5th, working on the spare in the 6th with Dalton Cook having a spare in the 6th, 97 in the 5th. So he has a 10-pin lead. And Daryl Kaiser on the 2-5, and he slides the 2 in front of the 5 on the open. So that's, and I've seen more 2-5 leaves than I've had for a while. So 155 in the 8th for Daryl. 117 in the 6th for Woody Hawkins with a spare in the 7th. So this is a chance to jump back into this. And he can actually take a lead with a strike. So we'll see what he does. And he goes 2 for 10. And he had a chance to take the lead with a strike and gives it right back to Daryl Kaiser. And remember, these are all loser bracket matches, so everyone that loses is done for the day. And then they are going to re-oil the lanes after this. As Cortez, Main, Powers, Smith, Rhodes, Leibel, Manini, and I'm going to have to get the pronunciation of his name. I keep going to say Pendergrass, but it's not it. And the scout for Robards, it looks like he's actually moved his eyes right. Just changing the direction off the pattern a little bit. So Cook with the spare. As Kyle Stark has 115 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th. 111 in the 7th with a spare in the 8th for Caden Cook. So Kyle needs to keep this one going. And another open on the left lane by Brandon Cruz. And that might be his demise on that one. As Eric Moore walks up in the 9th with a 129 in the 8th, 111 in the 9th for Brandon Cruz. So yeah, that's so Eric Moore looks like he's going to have this one. David Cheney's going to have this one locked up against Carter Street. And looks like Carly Kinney, waiting for it to clear out. Still a tight match with Colin Walsh as he has looking at a 9-pin. 145 in the 8th, looking at a spare. But Carly Kinney has a double in the 7th and 8th. So 246 possibility for Carly Kinney with the punch out, and a max 195 for Colin Walsh. So it looks like Carly is in good shape for that one. As looking to see what matches are about over. is down here on 19 and 20. Woody Hawkins with a strike in the ninth, 143 in the eighth. As he'll be walking up in the 10th as Daryl Kaiser has 155 in the eighth. Strike in the ninth, looking at a split conversion of the 3-9-10. So he can go 180, be in the 180s. So he really needs to make this, and that's a big shot for Daryl on the spare conversion. And takes the 10 out. So Daryl's going to finish out with 181. Woody Hawkins walks up 143 in the eighth, strike in the ninth. So if he can go spare strike, spare and good count, if he goes spare 9, it's a win. So we're going to stay down here and see what Hawkins does. As I can kind of see both of them. Hawkins looking for the double and gets it, and that's going to be a win. Big sigh of relief for Woody Hawkins. We'll have to talk to Woody after that one and see how big of a deep breath he took on that one. So Spencer Robarge is going to win his. Kind of doing some math. Looks like Joey Finley. He can shut out. Whoa, Joey on 15 goes to 467. So the max score for Aiden Tinsdale is 175. So with the 9, so he can just get the 9. He's got this one in hand. Even right now with the 7, 170, 177. So he doesn't need anything. Joey Finley's going to move on. Spencer Robarge is going to move on. And Kyle Stark is going to move on. Eric Moore is going to move on. And looks like, well, let's see here. So Carly Kenny is walking up in the 10th with 180 in the 9th. 195 is the max for Colin Walsh. And she walks up and just flushes it on the fill ball. So Carly Kenny with 200, she's going to move on. So we're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to re-oil the lanes. I'm not going to stop the stream. And in the middle, we'll get with some of the winners brackets, and we'll have to get with Mr. Hawkins down there with his walk up in the 10th and some of the other guys. And we'll be back in just a few at the 2023 Missouri Masters here at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe, Missouri. And a huge thanks to all the sponsors. Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour for the stream. R&K Schuster, Face Designs, and James Lawn Care. So stick around. Re-oil the lanes, and we'll be back in a little bit. Brian Ragland back with you at the on the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour site, but this is the 2023 Missouri Masters. First year for it that Ryan Burks has put together here at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe. And great turnout. It's been really fun to watch all the matches. 130 total bowlers. The highest game of the whole thing has been 244 by Brian Manini. Had 30 early bird entries, 68 fully paid, 42 were re-entries. So it's been interesting to watch how the pattern reacts. In fact, I'll pull up the pattern again. Open it up again. Pattern's a total of 32 units at 40 feet, but the last thing this thing acts like that it would have 32 units. It just doesn't. It's not reacting like it. There's a lot of surface that needs to be had to keep the ball in play. There's still some guys going left to right, but those are usually the ones that have the problem. But man, spares are a maximum premium. You're gonna be hard pressed, not to get those. And I'm trying to find some of the bowlers still in it. And I was gonna get with. Let's see here. Trying to get my sheet here. Trying to find out. So, actually on 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 the matches. Well, in fact, let's do it. Let's go over the matches real quick. Half of these are going to be. Actually, I think there's only going to be four matches. 4 matches are going to be the winners. Yep. So you're going to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11, 12 are going to be the loser brackets off the double elimination. Eric Moore, David Cheney on 3 and 4. Kyle Stark and Carly Kenny on 6. Dalton Cook and Woody Hawkins on 7 and 8. Spencer Robarge and Joey Finley on 11 and 12. Trevor Piper Gerdis, they were getting it to me, and Brian Manini on 13 and 14. Ryan Powers and Brittany Smith on 15 and 16, 17 and 18 is Victor Cortez and Ryan Main, and Zach Rose and Brandon Leibel on 19 and 20. And we'll go down here with Ryan Powers. Hey, Ryan. Real quick, so you had to break. You got the first 2 wins out of the way. You got that little bit of a break. You got the re-oil. And I'll ask you the same thing I asked Brittany Smith, who also has the 2 wins. Did you want the re-oil, or did you want to go ahead and go on the burn?
I actually wanted to continue on the burn. The burn actually started to get zeros down, so that's what's going to make tough every time they re-oil. The biggest thing, though, is spares. I've been clean so far. I'm making every spare on the book. I mean, I've left a lot of random things out there, and it's just that's the name of the game today.
It's amazing how when we were kids and bowling, we wanted the big strike. We wanted the strike, but we didn't want how it was just a spare. Yeah. Come bowl this, and you'll find out what spares mean.
Yep. Yeah. Even looking at yesterday in the cashiers round, my first 2 games, my strike percentage was 13%. 3 strikes, but I missed 2 makeable spares the entire day out of 6 games, so that's what really got me there.
Well, what squads did you bowl yesterday?
So I bowled B squad, and then I bowled the cashiers round.
Okay, so you had an idea from the scores from the A squad about where you needed to be, and it's as long as you know. And I made the comment to Brandon Leibel, thinking 9-pin no tap. As long as you leave those easy, the makeable spares with where the scores are, you should be okay.
We sleeper on Friday night, and me and Victor were looking at the scores on that part, and being only two people, there was two people and one person plus. We knew what the scoring pace was going to kind of going to be yesterday. After A squad went, that kind of confirmed it as 9 or even just any kind of Mako combination is going to be what you need.
So you've had the B squad, you've had 2 games on the fresh. Now you're on the fresh again. Anything a little bit different you're thinking about?
It's hit the one in front. You know, every shot you take right now, well, for me, I've been very inconsistent. So I've been kind of, thankful for the breaks that I've been getting, and just kind of making sure that my mindset is make whatever. So.
Well, from one Ryan to another, and I think there's probably more Ryans in this building that I've probably seen for a while. You got to keep the banner going for us.
Will do.
All right, thanks a lot. Ryan Powers, he has 2 wins, and he is going to be taking on Brittany Smith, which that. Okay, we got to get this guy over here real quick, dude. You had to walk up in the 10th for the win, and you turn around, you walk back. You had the biggest sigh of relief when you came walking back.
I know it. I know. Yeah, it's a lot of stress. The shot's so tough. So I was just, and it was the guy I rode with. So I kind of.
So is there a side bet on the loser pays for the meal?
No, but there should be me pay for the meal since I got ahead of him though. So.
You're talking about the mental aspect of this. And you can't. On a pattern like this, you can't ease up a bit on each shot. You've got to give you that time you step on the approach in that shot.
Yeah, and you have to stay completely relaxed, but you got to stay focused. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of hard to do both and not tense up and pull the ball or shoot the ball out. You have to be perfect.
I was talking to Brian Manini earlier when I got here, getting set up and everything, and he said that you had kind of like what you're saying, you had to stay relaxed with it, but you had to stay firm with it. You don't get on it, you don't lawnmower it that I call, but you had to stay relaxed, but had to stay with the shot.
Yeah, and if you overdo it, the ball just takes off, or you shoot it out, just throw it too hard. So it's very stressful, but I love bowling on hard patterns.
Well, and I made the comment that people think that bowling's pretty easy, and they go from the league shot, come down here and try this, and it gives you a reality check.
Yeah, 240 guy will come down here for the first time and bowl 150s all day, until he figures it out, and then.
Well, I had to give with you after that. Yeah, sigh of relief. So, yeah, nice going, even though you're in the losers bracket, but you just got to stay in that moment.
And you just got to keep going too. Like, you can't give up in the game because anything happens on this. People open.
Well, I just got in talking to Ryan Powers. He said he stayed clean, and that's probably the biggest thing of the whole match right now.
Oh, that's number one. Just try to shoot 2-0. Try, stay clean. Single pins.
Well, you got the plan. Go put it in effect.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
All right, take it easy, Mr. Hargrove there with the big win earlier, or Hawkins, excuse me, Woody Hawkins, and so he comes up with the first ball in the 10th for his win. So that was a night. And I saw Dalton Cook earlier as he's taking on Woody Hawkins. Where did Mr. Cook go? Where did Mr. Cook go? Oh, there he is. Down there, Settee area. Down here with Cook real quick. So I just got done talking to Woody Hawkins. So we'll get with Dalton Cook here real quick since you're bowling him, and the key thing that I've heard about this whole pattern, and everyone's been talking about it: stay clean. make the spares, and if you're going to go left or right, you're going to be risking it. But sometimes that's just how the game is.
You definitely don't want to give the pocket away. It's real tough, and I think a lot of it is the characteristics of the lanes too. These lanes are only 2 years old. There's not really a lot of built-in track yet. They're really flat, and the pattern on top of that makes everything hard. It's just, real tough.
So how much of a reality check has this been for you?
Oh well, I mean, it's. I bowled league here Friday night, and it was wide open. And then I came in Saturday morning, and I bowled the sweeper after league Friday night too, and I dropped probably 200 pins. I did better in 3 games in league than I did in 4 in the sweeper, so it's very eye-opening. You just got to make spares, keep it clean, like you said, keep it in play. It's tough.
You bowled on the fresh a couple times. Anything different you're going to try on this one?
A lot more surface. I'm going to try and do what Trevor did the first game after the re-oil last time, where he went pretty much right up the gutter with a lot of surface. I haven't had a good look on the fresh yet, so try a couple different things. I put 500 on a Nova, I put 500 on a Hyped, and if that doesn't work, I'll just go back to my IQ Tour.
Kind of one of those situations where unless you try it, you're not going to know, and if you don't try it, you're going to kick yourself all the way home going, man, I should have at least tried it.
Yeah, well, we get 10 minutes again, so try a couple different things in practice. If it doesn't work out, I'll just go back to what I've been doing and try to make spares and not leave anything hard.
All right, Dalton Cook, you're going to be taking on Woody Hawkins here in a little bit, so good luck, man. So they get 10 minutes of practice, and that's going to be kind of interesting. Get to see if anyone really tries to shim up the lane a little bit. So that's going to be kind of interesting. They're going to get started here, well, heck, should be in a matter of a few minutes. And now I seem, I'm going to be blind as a bat because I think I lost my glasses somewhere. Well, there it is. I can see a mile away, but I can't see 3 inches in front of me. How bad is that? So we're going to be taking a look at the lineups again. Starting in the loser on 3 and 4. It's going to be Eric Moore against David Cheney. And Carly Kinney against Kyle Stark. And where's Carly at? Carly. I was going to get with Carly, and I don't see her anywhere. Dalton Cook and Woody Hawkins, and I believe, oh, there she is. Carly Kinney. I think she might be lefty. No, she's lefties. We got to get the woman some love here. You haven't had some of the easiest matches, but from what I've seen, you have a really good look. I mean, when you take a look at the traffic from the right to the left, it still isn't too shabby. I mean, you haven't had to like go on top of Spencer's track with the service he's throwing, so you've had to kind of create your own.
Yeah, I've just had to like stay pretty far left and like keep my speed really slow because I have like nothing like outside of probably 7 and nothing in of 10. I mean, so it's.
Right, just basically trying to keep it pretty direct and keep it in play.
Top of it, yeah.
Anything different you're going to try? You've had the fresh a couple times and they just got done, re-oiling.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the ball that I actually finished on the double burn with. So I'm going to give that a try. I haven't thrown that on fresh at all this weekend, so.
Would you have rather they left it the way it was, or are you glad they re-oiled?
I probably would have rather them left it how it is.
It seems to be a consensus that way.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
We'll have to talk to the tournament director about that.
Yeah, go talk to Ryan.
All right, good luck. Keep it going. Carly Kinney in the losers bracket taking on Kyle Stark in this match, and then has just got done talking to Dalton Cook and Woody Hawkins on 7 and 8. 9 and 10 is going to be Spencer Robarge and Joey Finley. And then in the winners bracket, it's going to be Trevor Piper Gerdis. God. as he's going to be taking on Brian Manini on 13 and 14. Ryan Powers, Brittany Smith on 15 and 16, 17 and 18. Victor Cortez, Ryan Main, and Zach Rhodes and Brandon Leibel on 19 and 20. So we're getting down. We have 4 loser brackets, 4 winner brackets. And I'm trying to see, there's going to have to be, actually there's going to be have 2 losses that are going to be able to bowl another game, and that's for 3rd and 4th place. So we're going to have the noon, the 12:45, which is going to be the burn, and then everything is going to be on the burn. 21-22 is going to be fresh, and actually they've changed the lanes to 13 and 14 for the championship pair. So I'm going to have to do some moving of my camera for that one so we can have the scores up there. So I'm going to do that real quick, and we'll be back with the 3rd round here in a few minutes. Ryan Ragland back with you at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joseph, Missouri, with the 2023 Missouri Masters. First year we've had this, and Ryan Birch has done a heck of a job getting this together, and it's coming off really, really nicely. And this is round number 4 with 4 matches of winner brackets and 4 matches of the losers brackets on a single game double elimination. And on this pair we have Spencer Robarge and Joey Finley. And then that's in the losers bracket. In the winners bracket, Trevor Pipergudis. I'm still butchering his name, I'm sorry. And Brian Manini. And then Ryan Powers on 15 and 16 with Brittany Smith, Victor Cortez, Ryan Main on 17 18. There's the big guy. How you doing? And on 19 and 20, also on the winners bracket, Zach Rose and Brandon Leibel. And then moving down to the other 3 matches in the losers bracket, Woody Hawkins and Dalton Cook, Carly Kinney, Kyle Stark, and David Cheney and Eric Moore. And we'll be walking up and down and giving you updates on those scores. It's going to be kind of interesting with the camera work, because we're going to have matches on 11, 12, 13, 14, obviously. And then the next round, we'll have 11, 12, 13, 14 again. But then after that, well, 13, 14, 15, 16 again. So 12:45 will be the next round, 1:30 the round after that. And then when we do the 2 o'clock squad, it'll be, or the 2 o'clock round, it'll be just the losers bracket. That will be on 17, 18, and 19, 20. So we're just going to turn the camera so you can see it there. And then we're going to have single matches going on after that. It'll be 7 and 8, 3 and 4, and then it'll be moved over to 21, 22 at the 1:30 with the 15, 16, 13, 14. And then it's going to travel over to single pair matches. So a little movement of the camera, and it's not going to be the best view, but you do with what you got. So Spencer Robarge, if I can look right, he's trying to burn up the outside, and I think he had like, I don't know, he had something just killer surface, an aggressive ball, trying to get the outside rolled in. And I think it's starting to come into him after you get 10 minutes. Kind of get that chance to shape the lane how you want it. And I made the comment, if Spencer can get the look that he had last game on 13 and 14, and obviously this is fresh, so they're getting the 10 minutes. If Spencer can get the look that he had when he moves pair, he could be a dangerous factor. He's already been on this once and seeing how it reacts. So see what happens. Talked to Ryan Powers earlier, and he's trying to keep the lane in play, and he's done a lot of service on the outside. And check over to Victor Cortez. We talked to him earlier. Also Brandon Leibel, he's done a lot of surface, just trying to keep the ball in play. Yeah, Ryan Powers trying to play outside and just kind of keep it up the lane. kind of watching Brandon Leibel a couple times. He's gone highlight, so he's trying to figure something out. Victor Cortez, he's staying more mid lane with a purple hammer. Kind of curious to see what Spencer's going to stay with. It looks like he's got a face 2 down there. I think that's his. Threw that one earlier, didn't look too bad. Kind of watching some of the other matches too and seeing what people are throwing. So this is round number 4, the third round for the winners bracket on the single game double elimination. I'm not sure Brian Manini is going to try to circle it like that. And we got a lane on the pin. Thank you, Spencer. Brian Manini looks like he's going to try to circle the lane. I don't know if that's going to work. Last few shots he's thrown there just not looked very good. Now Ryan Powers moved in. A little bit of practice. Not sure what he was throwing. Looked like a burgundy hammer maybe. Watching Brittany Powers, she's back to the Zen Soul. Brian Manini just tried to throw away the Axiom Solid, which I might think would be the ball he'd want. Now looks like he's throwing the he's moved in. A little bit of right, he's going to move in with that IQ Tour. And looking, Brandon Leibel back in the pocket in his practice shot. Possibly found some. They're getting 10 minutes practice on the stretch. See what Zach Rhodes is doing. He'll be taking on Brandon Leibel. Looks like a supernova. And he rode the 2 board for the 10-pin conversion. Brandon Leibel just did what Zach Rhodes did, got it right, and it just rode down to take the 10-pin out. So there's, so the outside's playable, but man. I could go down there and talk to Brandon about it, but I'm not going to with the tournament. I'll ask him about it later, though. Yep, you gotta. When it's fresh, you gotta try to get your shot shimmed up. So on the feature pair, Spencer Robards against Joey Finley and Trevor. How do you pronounce Trevor's last name again? Peepergerties. There you go. I'll never say it right again, but Peeper Gerties. And so he'll be taking on Brian Manini. So 4 winner bracket matches and 4 loser bracket matches. And 11 and 12 with Spencer Robards and Joey Finley. Both of them have had a loss. Trevor Perpergerties and Brian Manini are in the winners bracket. That's not even legal, is it? These pins are like 2 years old. You're not supposed to be able to take the head pin off the wall, take it off the bottom of the deck, and then bring it in the back, and then bring it forward.
Yeah, that I would call that excessive, but today it's just Spencer.
Okay. So no flags on the play.
No flags on the play.
All right. Well,
the speedometers that we got are not exactly accurate, but that was 20 plus.
that was. Well, and we've been able to watch Spencer and the main reason because he's already bowled on this and his accolades and everything else. But there was one shot during practice the last round that he really eased up on the speed and let the ball roll, and and let it catch, and I thought he was hydroplaning it. Well, then he kind of moved in a pinch, and now from what I was able to see, it looked like he was shaping it with a lot stronger ball with surface, trying to shape it. But that one there, he's throwing that pitch black, and he pointed it.
In practice, he was using reactive with surface to try and create a spot. And because he saw this pair a couple matches ago, and I think he started off with the first six.
First six, and then finally struck.
Yeah, and so he's just trying to create a little bit more friction to get the urethane to tip. And I mean, we'll see if it worked, but I don't think it's his favorite pair.
No, but and I was watching Brian Manini a couple times. He was going really left to right, and it never looked good. But now he's throwing the Axiom solid on the fresh, and I think that's probably a good ball choice for him.
The Axiom solid would be a good choice. Stuff like the phase 2. I'm just going across the house. Zach Rhodes still has a great look with his Supernova going up around first arrow. He's going pretty straight.
Yeah, I was watching him with Brandon Leibel, and Brandon's throwing. I think he's throwing the Zen Soul, and with the surface and trying to keep that in line too. And that one right there, and then Spencer pulls it about 3 boards and does exactly what he needs it to do.
Yeah. For the righties that have decided to go with a lot more surface, I think that's paying off. At least for these fresh conditions, again, they just re-oiled. This is the second time they oiled the day, and the sixth time they've oiled this pattern out here this weekend. So they're definitely getting tighter. Dalton Cook is off to a hot start over there on 7.
Yeah, and he just struck, and we talked to him, and he said he was going to hit a couple with 500.
He's throwing a hype solid at like 500.
And I don't have a whole lot of equipment for something like this, just for the simple fact I don't bowl the tournaments with this kind of condition. But I was thinking if I was going to bowl, I've got to hustle, and I would hit that thing with about 500.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few bowling balls, amongst the lines that just seem to match up here, and those hustles and hypes and stuff like that on this newer lane surface hasn't looked bad, on a variety of patterns. But again, our house shot's 43 feet. This pattern's 40 feet, more volume. So, just a lot more surface. It seems to be a key.
It's still interesting to watch how the ball's coming off the pattern with so much more volume than what you're used to, and still seeing the violent reaction with it.
Yeah.
The striped red, white, and blue Cheney. He's throwing the Venom Shock,
Yep.
And he's getting the axis up and really getting that thing to settle off the
Yeah.
spot too.
I bowl with David in Gladstone. Gladstone Bowl on Thursday nights. High rev rate. But yeah, he's a great player. He's been bowling well so far and making his spares. But this is the first time he's seeing the low end of the house, at least today. He said in qualifying he kind of struggled on the low end. So.
All right there, Joey Finley leaves the 310, and Spencer starting with a three-baggers. Probably, you don't want to say it, but Joey's probably already thinking it, because I know I would be.
Not what he was hoping for, but...
Well, when he goes up on the first pin and he totally destroys the rack and throws shrapnel all over the place, I'm like, wow, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, big spare here. Get some momentum maybe. Oh, wow.
That was a good effort. I made the comment, if Spencer can get the look that he had on 23 or on 13 and 14, if he can continue to get that kind of look, the tournament may be in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think he's starting to figure out how to play that outside part of the lane. See, now he's not...
He's really hugging the ball return.
Yeah,
too.
he's not lofting it as much. He's laying it down, and he's getting it into the lane a little bit more and throwing it harder.
And if you look, jeez. Okay,
I thought that was right off his hand.
I want you to, next time he's up on that right lane, I want you to move over like where I'm standing. I want you to watch his hand, his left hand with the ball, and see how close he is to hitting the ball return on his backswing. He's that far left.
Pretty close.
Nemanini's...
One of the first five-baggers I've seen this week.
Yeah. Well, I think he might be the only one that's thrown like a four-bagger, but Manini, I think is setting pretty good. He's spare, strike, two spares, and then two opens and a spare by
Brittany Smith. She's also heading her match.
strike spare and a double. Ryan Powers, who we talked to, has a open. Actually, open spare strike. And I'll tell you what, Brittany, with that slow rotation, she might be pretty dangerous too.
Yeah, I thought coming into this weekend, she's a great shot maker, and obviously a little lower rev rates. Yeah, I think these kind of conditions play into her hand.
And let's see.
Carly Kinney off to a hot start down there.
Yeah, we talked to Carly Kinney down there, and she's.
I didn't see her miss the pocket in practice.
That's,
Like she was throwing an original physics.
I had thought she was throwing. I thought she was throwing the Cosmos.
Yeah, I saw her try a Cosmos and an original physics. It looks like she's throwing the Cosmos though.
I went ahead and got rid of mine because for me, it's a really good ball for sport patterns, and I just don't throw enough on them. But I liked it when, the little that I did throw it. The old man trying to show the young buck he can still throw stuff around too. In fact, I'm gonna go down here and do an update on the matches so far. So start down on 3 and 4, Eric Moore and David Cheney. As Moore has 66 in the fourth, working on a strike. And David Cheney has 82 in the fourth, looking at the 2-4-5. Joey trying to flex a little bit, the little that he has. So David Cheney in good hands with that match right now. Carly Cheney takes the 5-9 out of the bucket. As Kyle Stark is working on back-to-back opens with an 82 in the fifth. Cheney with 109 in the sixth. So Stark back in the match. Woody Hawkins, 73 in the fourth with a spare, and crosses over and takes the left three out. Something I probably would have done a lot. Dalton Cook goes three-bagger, misses a 10-pin strike. and striking the fifth. So he's doing a pretty decent lead. Hawkins looks like he's just trying to fill the frames. Spencer Robards with the four-bagger, missing the 3-pin in the fifth, and then striking the sixth. Brian Manini against Trevor Purpurgrides. Has a 95 in the fifth. Looking at the 138 in the sixth. And Trevor has open, spare, open strike. Oh, Brian goes at it from the left side and takes the 1-8 out. Something you do not see very often. He's got a decent lead, but that's still something you don't see very often. Ryan Powers with the spare in the sixth, was working on 77 in the fifth. Brittany Smith striking the sixth with 107, so she has a 30-pin lead, and she's looking to extend that. And just took the 4-pin off the washout, as he has 85 in the sixth. Victor Cortez with a double, 37 in the third. So he has a pretty good command on this one. And then Brandon Leibel, 80 in the fifth, working with a spare in the sixth. And Zach Rhodes with a 73 in the fifth with the open, looking to spare the 1-2-4. So right now, Brandon Leibel looking pretty good with the lead right now. And Zach Rhodes spares the 1-2-4. And we'll go back to the feature pair. Oh, and he backdoors the 3-pin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a match. We could talk to Mrs. Finley. Was that planned? Was that planned?
That was not planned.
Oh, okay, that was not planned.
Honest, I have to be honest on the microphone.
Okay, that was not planned. So that 126 in the sixth, working on the double. 137 in the sixth for Spencer, working on the spare. So and you just saw it, right? He moved the capping on the ball return over. He's that far left.
Yeah, he's still dealing with early hook.
And that one, he looked like he pulled in a little bit, crossed over. He just has to stay with the process. Joey can go up there and stay clean.
His Rubicon solid. It's pretty strong layout on there. So yeah, he's got a little something. Yeah. Dalton Cook looks like he's going to win.
Yeah.
Brittany Smith.
Yeah, she's got it going down there. Leibel and Rhodes is pretty close. I think Cortez will take that. Maine missed a big 6 count.
Carly Kenny has the advantage down there.
It's getting interesting. And Manini doing pretty well with his match right now. So Trevor needs to pull a double out of here. First, he's got to get this one on 14. Yep. Spencer came rolling back going, you're not done yet. And he needed that high flush on that left lane pretty big right now.
Yeah, that was a great shot there.
Well, that
He needed that one. Just got to make Joey think about it.
Yeah, I'll see what Joey does here, but yeah, this could be a little interesting here. Working on a 4-bagger. Well, and he flushes that one. So he flushed that one with a 5-bagger. And he has 156 in the 7th. So his max is 814 to 246. And the max is 236 for Spencer. So there's a 10-pin difference. So he just needs the double here and shut him out. We're all just getting all snuggly over back here. Trevor runs that one through the nose, and that's pretty much going to lock it up for Brian Manini. And Brittany Smith is going to win her match. 4-pin by Joey. So on a spare strike here, a spare strike and make it 225. So 225, so he needs the...
Spencer would need the first one and 9.
Yep. So he needs so Spencer will need the double. So count is very important here.
Yeah, and I'll mention that all ties in match play are 9th and 10th frame roll-offs. We did one game roll-off last night for the 48th spot.
I saw that on the sheet. Yep. That had to be fun to watch.
Yeah. I think it was 149 to 147.
Oh Lord. So okay. Didn't know if that was going to hook or not, but this is count very important. So with a strike, Joey will have 225, 176 in the 8th. Working on the strike for Spencer in the 9th. So he needs the first one in the 10th. Let's see what Joey does here for count. Yeah, that looks good. Ring 10. All right. So the first one in 8. Good game by Joey. Manini has his game pretty well locked up. I'll take that back with the washout. So he goes 9 out. That's going to give him 150. So they're tied up. No, 150 in the 9th for Manini. And Trevor has 133, so still a 17-pin lead for Brian Manini. So Spencer needs the first one here. And he's been pulling this one, getting it right. That one looks a lot better. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That was probably the best ball he threw on the right lane, too. Wow. He threw the shot he needed, and it just didn't go. So Joey Finley is going to move on with his 224. So the only thing that happened with the 216 for Spencer, as he had a tough road, is he lost his first match and had to come through the loser's bracket. So Joey Finley stays alive. And Brian Manini just took the 3 off the 3-6-10. And that changes the whole complexion right there. 158, so a double for Trevor is needed. So Spencer's going to finish off with 215. That was a good matchup by Joey and Spencer. That right lane was the demise of man. Spencer threw the ball like he needed to. Joey Finley, come here, man. Come here. Yeah, 5-bagger. That doesn't hurt none, does it?
No, it doesn't. And it's better to be lucky than good any day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you're going up against a guy that he knows the pattern. He's, the talent, all the talent, probably more talent in this building than a lot of us have put together. And that your heart rate right now is up pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, it's probably about 3,000. But yeah, that's all I can do is just give it what I got, and it worked out for me this time. And he's a great bowler. I mean, he just annihilates the pins when he hits the pocket. It's just amazing.
What'd you think when he threw that first shot in the first shot of the game match?
Oh, I thought, oh hell, when he threw that first shot, and the pins just went everywhere off the bottom of the machines.
Yeah, if it was football, there'd have been an unnecessary roughness penalty flag.
Oh, yeah, it would have. Yeah, it would have. It hit like a ton of bricks. I was like, oh my God, I'm in deep shit.
Well, keep it going for the old men.
Hey, I'm gonna do what I can.
You too. We can say what we want.
I'm gonna do what I can.
All right. So Joey Finley with the win there. Brian Manini 158, 152 win there. As I think Brandon Cook won his match there. Kelly won hers. Eric Moore won his. Well, he's still in. And come down here, Victor Cortez and Brian Main. And it looks like Victor's going to win his. And then with Brandon Leibel and Zach Rose. Zach has the split, and he's going to be 150. Yeah, he has his one. Even with the spare, even with the open, he's going to be 158. And Brandon Leibel goes 154. So that's what that pattern does. So 158 for Zach Rose, so he's going to win his match. Brandon Leibel's going to go down to loser's bracket. Ryan Main's going to go down to loser's bracket. Ryan Powers down to loser's bracket. And Trevor in loser's bracket. So now we move over. The pretty girl in the bowling alley. We'll get Kathy back in here. One of the sponsors of the tournament, and you guys, like I was talking with Ryan, you guys had the bowling alley. It was just time. You've had it for a while and done a great job with it.
11 years.
And then this guy Brian Manini comes in, and what he's done when people were kind of in questioning what was going to happen with the center or the building or whatever, he's come in and just taken it over and just kept it going.
Absolutely, and he's done a terrific job.
That with the updates and everything was something that needed to be done. Just and it was just for you guys to do that. It just would have been a lot more than what you were able to.
When we first bought the center, we had to completely redo the whole place.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a lot invested in it already, and it was time.
Yeah. Well, and like I said,
for 11 years, and it was time for us to step aside and let.
And can you think of anyone else that you wanted to have the building?
Absolutely. Oh no. He's terrific. He's all about the people and the bowlers, and I can't say enough good things about it.
Yeah. Well, and of course when I get to come back here, I get to see you guys. I mean he's okay to look at, but it makes the day to be able to see Kathy out here.
Thank you.
All right, Kathy Shooter, one of the sponsors here, as that's going to do it for that round. So now we move on to the next one. Now we're going to have two. We had 4 matches of winter brackets. Now we're only going to have 2. And so winners brackets are going to be on 5 and 6 and 11 and 12. And then we're going to have the losers bracket is going to be on 19 and 20, 13 and 14, 15, 16, and 17 and 18. So those will get entered in real quick. And we'll be back here in a little bit when they get those in there. We'll give you the lineup for the next match here at the 2023 Missouri Masters at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe, Missouri. Ryan Ragland back with you at the 2023 Missouri Masters here at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe, Missouri, as we are starting to dwindle down. And in the winner's bracket, the two winner bracket matches is Brittany Smith going up against Victor Cortez on lanes 5 and 6. On 11 and 12 is Zach Rhodes and Brian Manini. And those are the last two winner matches, winner bracket side. And then we have Dalton Cook and Ryan Powers. Powers just end up losing to Brittany Smith, Brandon Leibel, and Carly Kinney, as Brandon Leibel just got done losing to Zach Rhodes. Eric Moore. Eric is a winner's bracket. Or no, it was a loser's. So he continues on, and he's taking on I'm just going to call him Trevor because I'm going to butcher his name. I don't want to. He just fell to Brian Manini. And then Ryan Main just fell to Victor Cortez, and Joey Finley, who just had the upset on number one seed Spencer Robarge in a great match just a little bit ago. So kind of interesting to see how these are going to run. So you have a winner's bracket on 11 and 12, loser's bracket on 13 and 14, and we'll keep track of Victor and Brittany for you since they're down here off camera. And I'm sitting here by a dang pro shop, and it makes me want to bust out the credit card and buy me a new ball I don't need. So after this, we're going to have two left in the winner's bracket. And we'll have, actually we'll be losing four more after this match in the loser's bracket. So it looks like you have to see what Victor and Brittany are going to do. Brittany had talked about she's liking the new IQ Tour, the Ruby. And Victor was trying to, the last ball he was throwing a hammer, the purple hammer up the outside. Not how Dalton Cook wanted to start his match. Yeah. Purple hammer for Victor Cortez. I probably said Victor Cruz. I apologize for that. Thinking baseball. And Brittany Smith starts with a 310. I'm not sure what she was throwing. She's throwing a black ball, so it might be possibly an IQ. I'm not sure. Ryan Powers with that pink widow, the urethane. And a good mark by Manini. So missing the split for Brittany, comes back with the strike, so she has the open spare. Victor with the spare coming up in the second. Trying to make both the winning matches. And we'll go down and take a look at some of the other matches here in a little bit once I get really into it. Might have given a little bit of room for that one. He didn't want to. Zach. You know that thing's a lot easier to drink if you take that cap off. Just trying to help.
Thanks. I'll take all the
It was either let you know or just stand there and hope that you tried to take a drink. She's standing there like this, like she's going to take a drink, and the cap is on. I say it's easier if you take the cap off. Hey, I'm here. It will last longer. It'll stay colder longer too. I'm here to help. That's what I'm here for. So looking down 13 and 14, Ryan Powers with a double. Dalton Cook with a open spare. And a 4-pin for Zach Rhodes. Carly Kinney up on the left lane with a spare open. So on the Cosmos still, and she gets that one to carry through. Brandon Leibel with a strike spare. Trevor taking on Eric Moore. Eric with a double and missed 10-pin. Trevor with an open strike spare. Joy Finley decides to pick up a spare as he has open spare on a 6 count. Oh, 8 count, excuse me. As Ryan Main has open strike. And 5. So still the early portion of the match. Powers really got that ball to freeze up a little bit off that 3-bagger, but he'll take that one. Manini with the spare. And a missed 9-pin. Ryan's not too thrilled with himself about that, and then Brian Manini just basically missed the unit. Cut it out a little bit. That's what this pattern does. It'll definitely let you know how good you are. And I talked to Brandon Cruz earlier to bowl on this, and then you realize just how good the guys on tour are that bowl on this stuff. It's amazing. 7 count, so 5-3. So Zach Rhodes looking to take advantage of that. So 61 in the fourth for Manini. And Zach Rose working on the spare in the fourth with 42 in the third. So with a spare strike, he could go up a pin. Ryan Powers, 87 in the fourth on the open, walks up in the fifth. And Dalton Cook with 63 in the fourth, looking for the spare. Yeah, Zach Rose playing that outside, and the direction can't go right off the start. You're already right enough the way it is, and when it starts right, that's just asking for trouble. And the spare by Zach Rose, and come down here with Victor and Brittany. Left lane. Gets the late trip on the 7 as she has a double now on the 6. Has 55 in the fourth, working on a strike. So we're looking at a potential be a 1 for Victor as he's up in the 6th. Really trying to keeping it in hand. Just goes to week 10. So on the spare, Victor will be down by 9. And he's on the spare. Remember, Victor missed missed a bad opener. Actually he missed the 3-6, and then he had a split right after that. So that spares, man, that's one thing we repeated. Spares are just absolute massive premium. not with you, Ryan. But I did see the disgust on your face after the 3-bagger, and you're missing it. You're like, did I really do that? Because I just got done. You're striking. It's a trade-off. Okay. Do you want to strike more, or do you want to keep this up?
How many strikes am I throwing?
Exactly. Hey, 3 to 1. That's not a bad ratio. I guess I'll take that.
Not in this environment.
Ryan Perry just walks by and he's checking over to see what Victor's doing. He hears me talk about spares. So he goes 3-bagger, misses the 9-pin, and then he doubles. So he has 87 in the fourth, working on the double. Dalton Cook has 82 in the fifth with the spare in the 6th. And it's a good shot. It's just getting the right surface. So Brian Manini with a double after that open in the fourth. And Zach Rose with a strike in the 7th with the 97 in the 6th. So Brian Manini could have not quite a should have a 24-pin lead with a strike here. Really slowing it down. So with the spare, I'll have 109 in the sixth. So I have a 12-pin lead. But Zach Rhodes working on the strike. Ryan Powers walking up, looking for the three-bagger here. That Pink Widow up the outside. And he goes to 610. And Manini does it again. He's talking to himself. I'd be doing the same thing. So Curly Kinney walking up on the left lane. Spare in the sixth, 84 in the fifth. And 114 in the sixth for Brandon Leibel with the open. So could have a tie. And we are all tied up between Leibel and Carly Kinney. So this is going to come down to a 4-frame match. Eric Moore walking up on the left lane with a spare in the eighth, walking up in the ninth with a 135. And runs down through the nose, leaves a 3-6-10 as Trevor has an open 145 in the eighth. So a 7-pin lead right now for Eric Moore. Ryan Main just left a 10-pin. But Joey Finley just struggling after that nice win over Spencer Robards. So looks like Joey's day might be done as he has 69 in the sixth, spare in the seventh, 118 in the seventh for Ryan Main, and looking to spare the 10-pin. And he misses it. Not dead yet, as they say. 80, 81, 47, so 179. Possibility for Joey Finley. And no. Guys, here, let me make a better window. A little better. Yeah, you don't mention the ball spot back there. Joey Finley can strike out for 8147. And goes Brooklyn, leaves the 10. 187 possibility for Ryan Main. Any
None. No, sir.
Brandon Leibel's son watching him. As Leibel leaves this, as he strikes, or check that. He goes 1-2, spares in the seventh, 131. Looking for the spare on 15. And as he gets that spare, so Dalton Cook with a double, 110 in the seventh, 152 for Ryan Powers, so 200 even for Dalton Cook, and with the 181 pace for Dalton Cook. Zach Rose looking to spare this. Real quick, take a look at the winner's bracket. So Brittany Smith has a strike in the ninth, working 132. Spare in the ninth for Victor with 134 in the eighth. So a two-pin lead. Two-pin lead for Victor, but Brittany's working on a strike, so that's a big change. Brian Manini with a lucky one. He'll take it. As they say, he has to. He paid his money. Powers with a strong strike. Brittany gets her shot in the 10th. So now with the spare and the strike. And she doesn't lose pin count working on the strike. She can go 172. Victor can go strike spare and go 174. So Brittany really needed that first one in the 10th. So we'll stay down here and see what happens here. Brittany with the spare. This Powers is pretty strong with his match. All these are coming down to the last minute, so Moore wins his match against Trevor. And looks like Ryan Main's going to win his, so Joey Finley is going to be done. Trevor is going to be done. And Dalton Cook is going to be done. Powers with a 210 to 165. Carly Kinney with 161 in the 9th. And then Brandon Leibel comes up with a 6 count, and we'll see what that does with 4. His speed was way down on that one. So that gives him 147 in the 8th. Really needs this one. You're talking about probably the toughest spare. The 3, 6, 9, 10. And he spares it. That's a huge spare right there. That's huge. Brittany Smith finishes with 172. So Victor Cortez needs to spare this one as he leaves the 124. Well, even then he can't. My bad. Because that pin count hurt him. Because he could have gone 171. So Victor Cortez with a 7 count and the first ball in the 10th loses. He will fall to the loser's bracket. So Brittany Smith and Brian Manini with 184. And Zach Rhodes doubles in the 10th. So it's going to be Zach Rhodes and Brittany Smith, the last two winner bracket. As Brian Manini will go down to the loser's bracket. So will Victor Cortez. Ryan Powers stays in. And looking at Brandon Leibel. Brandon with a 10 pin needs to spare this one. He does. And that is just good pin count. 191 possibility for Carly. So 186 possibility on the strike for Brandon is going to force Carly to walk up to double. Brandon gets the strike. Let's turn the camera over real quick. And be able to watch this one. We'll get the be able to see what she does as Curly needs the double here to defeat Brandon Leibel. And it looks like she pulled it through the nose, so Brandon Leibel is going to come up with the win. It's a tough match. She had a good tournament. So we're going to take a timeout with the lineup of the next round. Here at the Missouri Masters 2023 here at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe. We'll be back in a few minutes. Ryan Ragland back with you at Revolutions Lanes in St. Joe, Missouri with the 2023 Missouri Masters. This is when it starts getting interesting. So the winner's bracket match is going to be all the way down on 21-22, and I don't have a camera down there. So we have turned, and the the other two matches, 13 and 14, 15 and 16, are finals of the, well, there's two loser brackets. Best thing, be able to bring it to you, and we'll keep you updated on Zach Moore and Brittany Smith as they get two balls on each lane. So you're going to have Ryan Moore and Ryan Powers, or excuse me, Ryan Main. Ryan Powers and Ryan Main. No, that's not even right either. They have the wrong names up. Eric Moore and Brandon Leibel on 13 and 14. Ryan Powers and Ryan Main on 15 and 16. And then on 22, and these are fresh. It's going to be Brittany Smith and Zach Rhodes. So they get 2 balls on each line and jumping right into it. So you'll be able to see the 2 rounds of the losers bracket, and we'll keep you updated on the winners bracket. And that's just how it worked out. And then after this, I believe it goes down to 7 and 8. So camera angles will be a little tough for the next couple rounds. So Victor Cortez and Brian Manini have a break as they came through the winners bracket, so they actually get another break. But then the winner of the match between Brittany Smith and Zach Rhodes, they will be done. The winner of that won't be done until the championship match. So take your pick. So we're ready to get going. And yep, all 6 lanes or 3 pairs are ready to go. The winners match, Zach Rhodes and Brittany Smith on 21-22. And then you have Ryan Powers and Ryan Main on 15-16. And Brandon Leibel and Eric Moore on 13-14. That's a fast 6-7 right there by Eric Moore. Right now, Brandon Leibel, if I know him well enough, he's just trying to get to the pocket. That's all he wants. Brittany Smith, her first 2 frames, she goes strike and then goes 4-9. And they are down on 21 and 22. So Eric Moore and his second shot leads a 10 pin. So we're going to keep you updated down there on the winners bracket on 21-22. And you can kind of see off in the distance, so to speak, so you can kind of keep an idea of what they're doing. We'll keep you updated on the score. Eric Moore with the gift spare there. Oh, Brandon trying to give a little help on that one with his shoulder. Brandon Leibel stays clean through 3. And we'll take a look at the other scores real quick. Leibel with a spare strike. Eric Moore with a open spare as he walks up in the third frame on 14. And goes 6 count. Yeah, it's not hard to do that. Ryan Main on the left lane with 27 goes open, 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 27 to the third. Ryan Powers spare strike. And then Main goes blower 5. Now you've seen everything in this house has to offer with this pattern. Spare strike. Brittany Smith with a open and double. Really popping it. And playing it off the outside rail. Powers pretty well in control of the match on 16. Do I? He's the one that asked me to come up and do it. I wanted to bowl it. Hey, time wise didn't let it work out, so yeah. But yeah, it's fun doing it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. He goes 479. That's been like a seal, and it wasn't that bad of a ball, just maybe a pinch in. So Zach Rose with a spare and a bagger. Ryan Main's walking now like he has that ejection, which I would too. After the blower 5 and then goes high with the 3-6. Brittany Smith goes 9 out. Right now the good match is with Brandon Leibel and Eric Moore. Brandon Leibel with 59 in the third, the spare in the fourth. Eric Moore with 32 in the third with a strike in the fourth. So 27 pin lead for Brandon Leibel. That IQ Ruby is really working well for him. Ooh, backdoor trip on the 4 for Eric Moore. Needed that one to keep pace and try to cut into that 27 pin lead. Ryan Powers with another one. He's got a rhythm going with that Pink Widow, that urethane. And Eric Moore with the spare. Down here and their scores real quick. So Brittany Smith up on the right lane with a 94 in the fifth. A 22 pin difference. And Zach Rose working on the spare in the sixth. There's a strike by Brittany. Brittany can get the double here and catch a few breaks. She could get back into this. Yeah, I'm looking at your score, Mr. Powers, and yeah, that first frame was a spare. I'm not sure if you knew that, but I hope.
I almost missed it.
You almost missed it. You're doing everything you can, and is that what you're saying? Oh, 2-8-10 by Brittany, and that's pretty much going to seal her fate in the winner's bracket. But where she can tournament is finished third, so. So matches look like they're pretty well determined right now. Eric Moore is going to be the lone man in the winners bracket, so the worst he can do is second. Brittany Smith, the worst she can do is third in the tournament, as she will be the last to be defeated. Ryan Powers actually looking at 290. I'm going to jinx him for 290 if he sheets out. It's that urethane Pink Widow is really working well for him. And Eric Moore takes 5 off the 245, and that'll do a lot of sealing there. As Brandon Leibel has 119 in the 6th with the strike. So he's not done yet, but that didn't help his cause any. Yeah, that one didn't have a chance. So, of course, I had to jinx Ryan Powers as he goes the ever infamous 4.679. Big shot for Brandon now. That one looked like it was getting right, and it stayed there. 210, so this is going to tighten things up again for Brandon Leibel and Eric Moore. Moore has 123 in the 8th. Brandon Leibel 119 in the 6th, so going 9. 38 would be 147, so still have a 24-pin lead going into the 9th if he goes 9 out here. So Brittany Smith is going to be second seed as we start going into the quote match play finals, so to speak. Ooh, Leibel down on one knee, leaves the 4-pin. And Zach be the number 1. For Brittany, it was either all or nothing. She has 6 strikes through 9 frames. The other 3 are splits. 4-9, 4-7-9, 2-8-10. So yeah, Eric Moore or Zach Rhodes, excuse me. Nice line on the outside. He can punch out for 245, which would actually be the highest. Unless Ryan Powers strikes out for 248, then that would be the highest. As he brings out a purple hammer, trying something a little bit different. So Zach Rhodes with the win. Brittany Smith will be second seed. Ryan Powers moves on. Ryan Main will be eliminated. Brandon Leibel will move on. And Eric Moore will be eliminated. So now Brandon Leibel is going to take on Brian Manini. Ryan Powers taking on Victor Cortez. That's going to be on 17, 18, and 19 and 20. And those will be the only matches going on.
Yep.
So Brittany Smith gets a bye.
Did she win?
No, Brittany Smith lost.
Oh, okay.
So Brittany will be down the third and fourth place. Actually,
The losers bracket championship is what?
Two.
Three and that's the parents. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so it should be third and fourth. Okay. So we're going to move the cameras down, and it's going to be another odd angle. 17 and 18, and we'll see if we can. That's about as good as it's going to get. I don't want to. No, you're fine. I just trying to figure out how the angle on this one is going to be. So that's going to be 17, 18, 19, 20. And those matches again.
I think what I might do is flip-flop these.
Meaning?
Brandon and Manini go to 15 and 16, and then Ryan and Victor will go to 13 and 14.
Hey, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. So that way we're going to keep, you're fine, we're going to keep a better angle. So we're going to go 13, 14, 15, and 16 so we can keep a better angle for the camera instead of setting them down so far. And maybe so then 7 and 8 is not going to be that bad after on the next round. Whoop. We'll get Ryan Main on here in a little bit. Find Eric Moore too. We'll get Eric over here real quick. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. Is it just about what you were thinking? But this pattern, man, is your brain sore yet?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was tough and trying to play in the middle just to get something that'll hook, but the outside was toasted.
Yeah, getting left to right really makes it difficult.
Yeah, and speed control too. If you get it a little too fast, it's gonna slide on you. It was tough.
It wasn't hard to miss the headpin, was it?
No.
Hey, I only say that because there was a lot more people than just you that were doing that.
For sure. Yeah, you've seen it not only today, but I mean all through the tournament. For sure.
Well, to get through this far, that's pretty stout.
Well, I'm glad I did, but I would have liked to get a little farther.
We're always like that. It's like if I told you you're going to finish like in the top 10, you'd take it in a heartbeat. But then when you get there and you see that path, it's like just a little bit more, I would have taken it.
Sure, and that's how it is in everything. You take what you can get.
Yeah. Well, nice job today. Good bowling.
Thank you.
Eric Moore, after his loss with Brandon Leibel, will try to get Ryan Main. Ooh, where did Ryan? Nice job, Brandon. Trying to get. Where did Ryan go? Ryan Main. How many Ryans are in this freaking building?
Too many. Ryan Powers, Ryan Burks, Ryan Ragland,
Maine.
Ryan Main.
Good Lord, they're all over the place. There he is. There's the bearded wonder. Ryan Main coming off a. That's a dejectable loss. I totally get it, but man, when Ryan Powers is doing what he's doing, it just is.
Yeah, there was absolutely nothing I could do. I mean, I'm not physically fit for all these games and everything else, and he just couldn't miss.
Well, and we usually say when you shoot 220, that's almost a guaranteed win. But when he's going to sit there and go 230, he's going to throw like a 6 or 7 bagger at you. It's like, okay, I get it.
Absolutely, and hats off to him, and hopefully he continues to run.
It would be nice to be kicked out by the winner, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I've been there before. I know that.
Exactly, and I didn't have high expectations for myself coming in. Just don't really get a chance to bowl as much as I used to with kids and everything else, but I'll definitely be back next year.
Oh, nice job, nice run today.
Thank you.
Ryan Main, coming off the tough loss to Ryan Powers, is now Powers and Victor Cortez with Brandon Leibel and Brian Manini. So, and they actually moved everything over a couple pairs so we could have a better angle at it. So this will be a little bit easier to watch. As I say, more aesthetically pleasing, I guess. In fact, get with, where's Brittany at? I'm going to get with Brittany again, as she's the, I guess, quote, semifinalist. I got to get with Brittany again, because I only have one question about that match. You either wanted to strike or you didn't, right? Is that about what it was? Because that 4-9 and the 4-7-9 weren't the best friends that you had.
Yeah, unfortunately, I started with the 4-9, which was a little high. I'll take it. And then I threw a 3-bagger after that, and then I made an adjustment, and I still 4-7-9'd. And I was like, I ought to take the 4-pin, not the 4-7-9 with it. It was a really great shot. I didn't think I deserved that, but, you go take him and win him, then you struck a few more times, and then I threw a really bad shot in 2-8-10, and then I continued to strike after that. I missed at the bottom on that second one in the 10th that I was aiming for, and it cost me, but I knew it. I begged for it. I was like, you got to be good, and of course I rang that 10-pin. But
well, and when you have the 4-9 and 4-7-9, it on this pattern, it's just that close of getting a break out of it and being able to make the spare, and it's amazing how sometimes you just don't get it.
Yeah, definitely, and I haven't struck that much since we started this tournament, so I was dialed in, the best I've been since we started this tournament. But 2 bad breaks and 1 bad shot, that's a loss.
Well, I mean, when you take a look where you're at now, if they would have started and said, hey, you're going to be in this position, hey, I'll go ahead and take it, because that's a pretty good set right there.
Yeah, starting this day, I would have walked out the door if I'd been told that you can walk out the door or you can take 3rd or 4th. I would have walked out the door, So. So far, it's a good day. Hopefully, we can come back after break and it be better.
Well, how's it going to be after that break? Try to get loose a little bit. Are you pretty good at getting, when it's tight, and then you try to get loose again to bowl?
I can't stand the break. It's absolutely awful. And so fresh, I had a really good look on fresh when I bowled Powers, so I was pretty excited to hit the fresh down there. That fresh down there after sitting hooked a lot more than the first set of fresh there. So I made a big jump in, which was great. And like I said, I felt really confident where I was playing down there. Now coming back, I think we bowl on the fresh again.
No, I think
is it? Everything's burned now. Okay, so I got to really figure something out, because I've had the much prettier picture on fresh than I have burnt today.
You're one of the few that actually like the fresh. A lot of other people I've talked to, they said, we have to keep the burn a little bit.
That makes sense, because I can play a little bit straighter than them big boys.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Brittany Smith was going to be looking for to move on, as she was the last person out of the winner's bracket, and we'll get with Zach here in a little bit. We'll try to get with Zach Rhodes here in a little bit. The past when I was talking to Brittany. So Brandon Leibel and Brian Manini, Ryan Powers, and Victor Cortez. So we'll just kind of let you guys enjoy this. We'll interject a little bit with the scores. Infamous 4-9 to lead off. And Liable with the slow roll on the 10. And keep looking for Zach Rhodes when he comes back by. So it looks like Brian Manini has switched to the exotic gym. I'm pretty sure it's exotic gym. I'd have to look at come out of the rack. Yep, that's the exotic gym. So he's going with more a shiny solid. Purple hammer for Victor. Hey. Get with Zach Rhodes real quick. The lone man out of the 32 for the winners bracket, and I mean, what do you say? Everything's kind of going the way you'd hoped for so far.
Yeah, they're tough, so it's been a grind, but put myself in a good spot. So
You put a lot of service on the Supernova, and you're throwing it outside, and it just, from what I can see, it just looks like it has that nice even read, and it keeps it controlled off the pattern.
yeah, I'm just trying to control the fronts, front to back rather than left to right. At least for today with match play, it seems like they're a little flatter in the middle, and a lot of people went left. And for me, with what I have ball reaction wise, if I go left, I had to create so much angle through the fronts to get it to go right, and then there's hang to the right down lane. So stayed right, and then just trying to manage the early hook that I have to the right with a little bit of loft, depending on pairs.
Except that one in the ninth when it kind of really came off your hand just a little bit off.
Yeah, that was just not a good shot, but
Hey, if you're going to have a bad one, that's where you want to put it, right?
yeah.
And when I look around, you and Powers are, I mean, you two are about the only ones really playing that extreme outside. He's playing with the pink Black Widow, and he's kind of doing the same thing with you. That's kind of leads because you're not going to have that much traffic to deal with.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Just for the next match, just going to see what the pair gives me and go from there.
I'll ask you what I asked Brittany. What do you like after a break and trying to get loose again and then going into match play?
Just kind of stretch to get warmed up once we get closer and go from there.
All right. Well, nice run so far. Take the break, enjoy it, and see what happens with the championship match.
All right, thank you.
All right. Nice job. With Zach Rhodes with the, he's waiting for the survivor out of these next matches. Starting to open up a little bit. Brian Manini is starting to do what Manini likes to do. I think he's found maybe, at least on that pair, maybe a little bit of friction spot that he can keep the speed up to keep the board coverage down to a minimum. And a ball change for Ryan Powers. Last I looked, he was throwing the pink Widow, and now he's at least switching something else, at least on the left lane. Manini with a 3-bagger. Make that a 4-bagger. And Brandon Leibel with a spare open spare. Powers with a pat on the back for the spare. We've talked about that a few times. That's 2 spares in a row. You have what? I was gonna say, what are you throwing now?
Well, I was throwing the purple. Well, I was throwing my Pink Widow urethane, and it left me a 4.9 in the 2 shots I had, and then I started out with a 4.9. So the purple in practice actually kind of blended it out a little bit, but I've lost confidence in it, so I'm not throwing it well. I'd rather have a ball that I'm going to throw well, and just hope that the breaks are there.
Well, I mean, would you rather keep taking your chance with a 4.9, or with a pink, or go with this one?
I can't trust that. I don't know. I'm kind of I'm in between right now, depending on what he's doing, because I got to know if I got to strike or if I got to get 9s, because he's fully capable of stringing.
That's that when you get that in between, you feel like you're in a phone booth. Yeah, you kind of feel like you can't relax a swing and let it go. So Ryan Powers with a little in-game analysis right now, and like you said, he's not confident with a purple hammer, because it's a dark purple hammer. It's an oldie. So Leibel with the spare on the 4. But Brian Manini on the 4-bagger right now. He's back to the Pink Widow urethane. See what he does here. He might have, and it may be that thinking that throw something you have confidence with it and make the adjustment, instead of throwing something you think might work better that you don't have confidence in. That's a hard. Anyone that says this game is not mental, they don't know. It's amazing if you don't have confidence in something, how tight your swing can get and your release can get. And these are the losers brackets, so whoever wins advances and loses goes home. I think that's going to be a big confidence builder for Ryan Powers. Victor working with a strike in 36 in the 3rd. White lettering on a light background never does work very well. That one didn't make it up the hill for Victor. So 47 in the 3rd for Powers, working on a double. Brandon Leibel with a ball change. I'm not sure what he switched to. Looked like it was a purple ball, but there's a few of them out there. So he left the IQ Ruby. I think he went with the RX, I believe. Yeah, one doesn't come up for him, leaves the 3-pin. Victor's really popping that off his hand, and all of a sudden it just moved. That thing looked like it might, even from my angle, that thing might have checked about 20 feet, and he has no idea what happened. Yeah, he gave a little bit of a shot at it. Yeah, Victor's really coming up off the back of the ball. Not sure what happened there. I think he's throwing the pitch black is what it looks like. Yeah, Powers is just right up 5. He's rival. He's up 5.
Mr. Libel. Where's Mr. Libel at?
I'm calling you Mr.
Not Mr. Libel's.
I mean, Powers throwing that thing the way he is pretty stout.
Definitely. Definitely.
Talking, and I just got done talking to Ryan Powers. Said he didn't have confidence in that purple hammer, and had the confidence in the pink widow, but not the purple hammer. And then he goes back and he throws the pink hammer or the pink widow again and goes 3-bagger. And now he just goes a 4-6-7. But you got to think after he threw that double, mentally, that had to help him out.
Yeah, like I said, this is pretty consistent. But what Ryan and Victor are dealing with, the left lane, that's one of those pairs. The left lane is like 5 more. The left lane is like 5. Whether they know that or not now, I don't know. But
from my angle, I couldn't. Did Victor's ball just check up like 20 feet off his hand and just dead left?
It's overcorrection due to the right lane hanging on him. So then he goes over to the left and tries to slow him, and it overhooks.
When combination, not on this pattern.
No, I've seen 3 off the right. I've seen a couple 1 off the right today.
Well, Manini took to the 3 off the right and got lucky and got a 5 count out of it.
I don't mean to call him out, but I think Dalton had one on a 3-bagger. 3-bagger and a 1 count. But it is what it is. You go out to that part of the lane, and it's risk reward.
Well, and then Manini switches over to the exotic gem.
Yeah, you saw what.
And is he reading the shim? Do you think because coming in?
Well, it's remnants of the match against Zach. So they bowled on 11 and 12, and Zach ball changed to the gem. So Manini went to the paddock and grabbed his gem, and seems to have a similar look.
Okay, so it's not the exotic, it's the actual gem.
It's regular gems, yeah.
That makes more sense because I didn't think an exotic gem would work,
really
but they look so similar.
Yeah, Zach has been using a supernova and a gem, and these other guys are using urethane and pink widows, and so very early equipment.
I think Victor's just not within his head right now. He's so frustrated on what he's seeing.
Yeah. Like I said, it's one, as you can just see, I mean, Ryan caught that 3-bagger, but it's one of those pairs that plays really different. And if you don't figure it out soon, it's going to be a long game. Especially if you're missing makeables.
Yeah, then when you take the 2 off the 2-5, that doesn't help any. So that game's might be and Victor's been throwing the ball great, but right now I got to say the match is over because he's just not even in his head right now.
Yeah.
He's if he had a chance, he'd walk right out the door. I've been there.
Do that because he's driving with Ryan.
Oh.
They rode together. Oh. Awkward ride home.
Yeah. But at least now this gets interesting. Now, let me look the other side.
Brandon
Yeah,
has.
the best he can do is 200, and so right Powers is going to advance. So those two are going to be on 7 and 8. Not yet. 139 in the 8th with the open. 107 in the 8th, so it's a 32-pin match. It's possible. It's possible, but so Brian Manini is going to advance. Ryan Powers just needs count. 67, 67 for Victor, 79 pace. Ooh, that would have made it interesting if that 10 could have stood up. So Brian Manini is going to advance. Still, the spare will do it pretty much. And Victor with a strike, so he can strike out for 167 or one. Yeah, he can strike out for 167. Ryan Powers can go 79, so he's got to punch out to get the mark in there. That'll seal it up. I'll tell you what, Victor is so much like me. No one talks to me any more than I do. But that's just what this pattern does. And like I said earlier, you think about the pros and the scores that they shoot. Now, granted, they're breaking them down, different, so the reaction is different, and everything. But man, it shows the talent those guys have on tour. It's just amazing. So Ryan Powers is going to move on, and they're going to be on 7 and 8. So it's going to be Powers and Manini. I just made the comment. I think I finally found someone that talks to themselves as much as I talk to myself when I'm bowling, because Victor is so much like me, and I can tell exactly what he's thinking, and like we were talking about, it's just the way that lane is.
Yeah, it's frustrating to go loss after winning 3 consecutive matches. So
It's like what? So then you start thinking about what was it I didn't see that beforehand, and I think a lot of it might have just been, like you said, over corrections of what it looks like.
yeah, and I'm looking at the board. Victor, where was he? Cortez. He did not see. I guess he didn't see 13 and 14. He didn't see much in the middle of the house today. Like I said, he won his first 3 matches in the winners bracket, and then goes loss when he does get
He does get
in the middle of the house. So it's just couldn't get it to come off the corner.
And then Powers sits there and bounces the head
a
pin
little more
off.
ball speed. It looked like Cortez tried to slow down and continue to bump it. Ryan said, "I'm just going to jam it, and if it goes Brooklyn, it goes Brooklyn." I think that was the difference there.
You either want the pocket or go Brooklyn. Just let it run.
Yep.
So it's going to be Ryan Powers and Brian Manini, and they are going to be on 7 and 8. So we'll get that advanced over. So at least that way you can see. Yeah, we'll get it moved over a little bit more. And we'll be able to see as much as we can there. So this is the winner of this match will take on Brittany. So this would be the yes. And we're just going to jump right into it. So 3 more matches, and I do believe, wherever Ryan left off to, I do believe that Zach Rhodes needs to get beat twice if I remember. Hey, Victor, you know what? I made the comment, I think I finally found someone that talks to themselves as much as I do when I'm bowling. Because I could read your mind on exactly what you're saying the whole time. It's like, oh, now you want to check, and then when I do this, now you want to scoot on me, and then you want to move. I make up your mind. Just do something consistent.
Yeah, it's literally how I manage the emotions. I mean, they're out there. I wear them on my sleeve, but it's a matter of I have to hear it out loud to be like, okay, this is what we got to do. And yeah, it was just like every shot I'm like, okay, you want to scoot? Let's move on it. Oh, now you want to go through the beak? Let's move on it. It's just
the one was the big 4. And that one, from my angle, looked like it might have checked up like 20. Or like, what, you haven't done that all day, and now you want to do that. So then you move to the right lane, and you're already right, and you start it right, and then it does what you figured it was going to do, which is why you weren't there to begin with.
right, exactly. It was just it's managing this ball reaction, and it's funny because me and Ryan do travel together. We have similarities, but we play our own games. But we are right on top of each other, and we probably just torched the heck out of that area, and we made it bad for the both of us. So I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I was. The positive words to myself on that entire match.
Just exactly what positive words do you give yourself?
Usually it's, why'd you make a shot like that? What are you doing here?
With a few expletives in between a few words, right?
A couple word and sentence enhancers is what I go by. But we're all human. As much as we compete every single week, and me and Ryan will travel and do some of the bigger stuff across the country. And we're human, and our emotions, are what they are. So
I think that's what makes. I think that's what the personality comes out of, where it comes out and lets people know the kind of person you are. That, like I know how frustrating that is. I've been there before, and then you're sitting down and we're laughing about it. It's like I've been there too, and that just leads to say, hey, it just kind of like you said, it happens. It's frustrating, but I deal with it and move on.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do. It's just like, let me just vent the emotions out for a little bit once I get back here and kind of cycle back to what happened. It's just like, okay, we can laugh about it. But like, I'm the type that can't hold it in, because if I hold it in, it just gets worse. So let me vent it out. Let me just.
Wait, well, look, I know you're not any kind of offspring of mine, but man, that sounds so like me. It's like I have to. If I can't say anything and I don't want to do anything to scare the hell out of someone, I better walk off and give me this 30-second buffer to cool down, and then you might want to give me a little bit of grief, but give me a time. Give me a chance.
Exactly, and that's why you just kind of try to laugh it off afterwards and just, be like, okay, we're normal, we're fine. Like I said, we're all humans, so.
You still had a great run today.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a really good tournament, and I'm more than happy to come back to this center. It's been, I've actually known Ryan Burks here for quite a bit for a few years, so I love coming back and coming to this area and bowling.
Now, do you and Ryan have, loser pays or lure buy you gas or something like that?
I already bought him lunch yesterday from a previous live stream bet that we had, so I don't know what the stipulation's going to be this time. He might ask for Dairy Queen. I'm not totally sure.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Just get the Buster Bar, right? Give him a Buster
Exactly. Buster Bar, and I'll get a dilly, so we're all good.
All right, Victor Cortez, thanks a bunch, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So ready to go with Brian Manini and Ryan Powers. And this is for the Fourth, fifth? Yeah, fourth, fifth spot. Or actually, didn't I see? Yeah. Yeah, this will be for fourth, fifth. This will be fourth, fifth, and then the winner of this one will take on Brittany Smith, and then that one, Zach Rhodes for the win. Rhodes has to lose twice, right?
What?
Rhodes has to lose twice?
Correct.
Okay, that's what so Zach Rhodes will have to lose twice. Have to lose twice in order to get knocked out, but that's not a bad situation to be in, as we'll be on 11 or no, they're going to redo 13 and 14, so that's going to be on fresh. So Brian Manini went back to the Axiom Solid. So Manini on the spare. They don't want to hear me talk all the time. So right now, Powers with a double and a open. Brian Manini with a spare, strike, spare, and then a strike. And Brian Manini back to that Axiom solid. Powers throwing the Pink Widow now, which after our last, since you bowled him a bunch, talking with Ryan earlier, he said he wasn't confident in his purple hammer, and really, 9 pin really, and he really had a lot of confidence with the Black Widow. What is what's his mindset with throwing something he's confident with to throwing something that might react a little bit better that he's not as confident with?
Yeah, it's completely night and day for him. It's about execution, and he'll give himself the most credit in the world, and also just take the most accountability. So if he doesn't feel like he's executing well and is trying the right ball, but he's not comfortable in it, he's just not going to make that many good shots. So he's got a lot more trust in that Pink Widow, which he's the only one I've seen him make that ball work as good as he does, but it's his go-to. So when he needs to make a shot, he's pretty confident in that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. You'd rather take your chances with something you have confidence with, even though it may not be the exact one. At least you can throw it better and a little bit more crisp.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, he'll be accountable for every shot, and he can trust this one, and he'll make the best of the situation.
Yeah, that even that one right there, even though he left a 9 pin, it's like it I'm not going to say freezes, but at least it has enough to keep going, and it still has the energy to go through the pins for him.
Yeah, basically what it is for him is that it allows him to just kind of hit on it as much as possible with it being able to roll forward like that. The purple for him just kind of comes off the spot a little too hard, and the pink, he feels like he can just roll it. And even off that 9 pin, he knew what his move was going to be onto the next shot, and he aced the next shot really, really well. So yeah, he's pretty confident in just keeping it in front of him, and if he's got to roll it more, he'll roll it more. If he's got to throw it harder, he'll throw it harder.
Now, have you gone from competitor to ball rep now?
Pretty much how it happens all the time. It's
kind of let it go back and forth.
Yeah, we go back and forth on it. Whoever advances a little bit more, but
yeah, we're talking about you. Don't...
I'm also the water guy now.
The water guy, water boy. That's some high quality H2O.
To death.
I missed out on this conversation. Brandon Leibel with it was a good run. It just looked like it ran out of the reaction that you were needing. I mean, when you're bowling Manini and he sees something, and it got to the point where he could actually jam it in the shot, which is what he likes to do.
Yeah, he threw it well. I didn't have a very good feel for it when we warmed up on that pair. I knew them guys had thrown some urethane on that before. Not, that is what it is. They have every right to throw it. It worked for them, but it kind of gave me a little puddle down there, a little push out.
And then if you hit it the right angle, it's going to dart on you.
Yeah, it did. And I threw my first one on the left lane, struck. It wasn't flush by any means, but it struck. And I was like, all right, we're okay. Move a little bit. I did, and straight out the back. Got back on left lane, straight out the back. And I was like, what the hell? So I, moved a couple more and just didn't get back. Got back weak, and then made a ball change. And I threw my first X2 first ball in the left lane, and looked good coming off the pattern, but left me a 4-pin, makeable spare. And I thought, okay, we're all right. Get on the right lane, out the back again. So,
there's always one, right?
Yeah. So I should have just jumped into a little bigger ball. Should have jumped in my fate sooner, I think. It looked pretty good. Yeah, right. And that's why I threw it. And just for kind of future reference to see what it did, and it read it better. It was a little not deep enough when I threw it the first ball in the 10th, but then the 11th it was a good ball. So it was a good good weekend. Happy with my effort. It was a mental grind the whole day.
You know what? And that's one thing I've really heard is just mental, just trying to stay in it.
Yeah, it's like, I knew coming in that if you can get 9 spare and get a couple doubles, you'll have a chance. Now, the way Brian threw it that game, I'd have needed more than that, but he started out good. He threw it.
So you're saying the 9-pin no tap thought actually worked a little bit?
Absolutely. I mean, it's like I said, it is.
Oh my, a 4.69. I don't think I ever seen him leave that before.
No, yeah, it's a mental grind. You know, like I say, 9-count spare, make your spares, and I felt real confident in my spare shooting all weekend. I didn't, you know, of course I missed one or two here, some sleepers are tough. Sleepers are tough on this pattern.
I'll tell you what, you had probably one of the toughest spares to make in that 3.6910 in the match before that to be able to move on, and that was you had to be going, I don't want to throw this.
No, I did not. I'd left the 3.610 too many times, and I had good feel for converting that. But then you had that sleeper in the back of it. There he goes. And that sleeper in the back of it, and you're like, all right. So I moved two extra boards right and tried to stay up behind it to get a little turn on the end to take out the sleeper. And fortunately, I did and got to move on. But then ran into Brian.
Yeah, he still had a really good week though, so you can't be too upset about it.
Not at all. I made it a long ways and a lot of good bowlers.
And there's a lot of people that didn't make it that far.
That's right. Yeah, that was a lot of good bowlers here. A lot of, as we say, young kids. As we see.
Yeah, the youth comes up to the top, right?
Yeah. Well,
all right.
Quality.
Yeah, exactly. Nice job, Brandon. Nice bowling. Couldn't quite tell, but Ryan Powers just obliterated the 10-pin with that scout. I'm not sure if you could tell from that angle or not. So right now with the score, working on a 4-bagger's Powers, 134 in the 6th. That one's in. It was an 8 count, so 204 is the max for Brian Manini, and for Powers 230. So Brian Manini needs the 4-bagger, even off the 8020, so 220 on the pace. Pretty much, if Brian Manini doesn't strike out, he's going to be done. And then I think they go down to 3 and 4. And it's probably wishing he made that ball change a little bit sooner. So 5 and 6 is going to be 5 and 6 is going to be the next match. So it's going to be another pair over. So it's going to be hard to see. Apologize for that, but limited on the amount of cameras. Going to try to work something out for next year. Yeah, he's going to wish he made the ball change. I can tell in his head he should have done it sooner. Yeah. Now when he just threw it too hard and so even with a 9 miss, it's going to be 201, be 210. And that's going to be final's going to be like 180. So he's already Ryan Powers already in, and he's just going to throw the spare ball up 20 and get out of there. So he'll be taking on Brittany Smith in the next round. And Ryan Powers, And actually, Ryan Powers lost to Brittany Smith in the second round. That put him in the losers bracket. So, little revenge factor on here. So, we'll get. It's gonna and it's gonna be hard to see, and apologize for that, but but that's just where we'll try to help keep track of what they're doing. I know it's far, but then the next match will be right here on 11 and 12. So. Ryan Burks is my dad. So real quick, want to say a huge thanks to everyone that's joined us on here. It's been fun to do, and I'm glad that Ryan Burks asked me. And want to also say a huge thanks to the sponsors, obviously. Nini with Revolutions Lanes here, and the Berkey Turkeys Pro Shop here at Revolutions Lanes. James Lawn Care, 816-344-7786. Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, and Dan Schlemmerbaugh for allowing us to use the stream to get this going. As we're going to put it on the Berkey Turkey YouTube page, but there was a 24-hour wait, so we had to do that. Rick and Kathy Schuster for all their help, past owners here and still active here, and Jason with Face Designs Print Shop, and for the banner and stuff and everything else, and even have Matt trophy. So the grudge match. And Brittany's still going to be playing inside where she had been. And she's one of the few that's been able to make that work. What she does, she has a slower speed and doesn't have the rev rate, but she can kind of get the ball to set down a little bit off the pattern. And I want to remind you, stick around. The championship match coming up next is going to be on 11 and 12, and it'll be right in front of our camera, so that'll help out. In fact, we'll get the camera moved so try to get moved so it's directly behind, and we can give you the best look at everything. So I know it's going to be hard to see, but we'll get updated on the scores. And Brittany, that practice shot went with the IQ Ruby. it's setting up pretty good. So she's going to allow Ryan to start. And I want to remind everyone that if you're 50 and over, and like a little bit of tournament action next or in 2 weeks from today, the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour will be in Lee Summit at Summit Lanes for the last stop of the year. So get a hold of Dan Schlemmerbaugh and let him get you on the list. Could be dangerous. Could be. Well, and I made the comment to Zach that him and Ryan are the only two that are really out there. So are they now? What are they're going to get 10 minutes on the practice pair on the fresh?
It's a great question. I think the plan is that they'll get 5 minutes. They'll get 5 minutes of practice. Yeah, 10 minutes is a little extra.
Well, so through the interviews, Brittany likes the fresh.
Oh yeah.
So that could be interesting. And then if Ryan would end up winning, now you've got two guys piping it up 5 that are going to do what they can to get that outside beat up to get a little bit of shim going. So that could be interesting in itself.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a good one regardless. But not a lot of people bite the bullet and get one of those pink balls. But this is where it's worth it.
Yes, and people say, well, why don't you have your thing? Well, because I don't bowl in a whole lot of conditions that demand it, so I can't justify it, and I'm not going to sit there and get it and let it sit there. But
at the same time, you got your tournament leader, or winners bracket champion, Zach Rhodes, who's just been using dull, heavy ASIMs.
A big core ball.
But also out there in that same zone.
So getting started now, and Brittany has decided to let Ryan Power start, as he's going to be throwing the Pink Widow, and he's going to be piping it up 5. You can tell right when that ball comes out, and it's kind of interesting, the deep labels that hammer has on that thing. You can actually hear the ball go over the labels. You can kind of hear that. You can kind of hear it go down the lane. It's kind of interesting. Brittany with the IQ Ruby. Oh! She uglies the 610 with a right smile. It's a revenge factor with a little trash talking. You gotta love it. See, now she's starting to get a few breaks. She had the 4.67 for a little bit and tipped out the 6. And these are breaks that she wasn't getting the last match that she lost to Zach Rhodes. So maybe there's something, just a little bit different angle down here. Yep. So the spare for Brittany on the 4-7. Didn't get that one right off his hand, and I don't know if there's a pinch of friction to the right or not, but that one went right up the board. Never did quite get the 10 to kick it out. Yeah, went up high 4-6-7, so not sure. He just turned around and kind of went wow. So wasn't expecting that one after he went dead flush last time over there. So strike spare. And the splint on this one, and then a strike spare for Brittany. Oh, almost got the 6 to go into the 7 as he brought it off the curtain to kick back, and it just barely missed. Just off to the side. So Brittany with a break here. See if she can jump on top of it. She defeated Ryan Powers in the second round of match play. So Ryan's had to come deep from the loser's bracket. That looked pretty good, and it just dived on just the last couple feet. Brittany looking at the spare on the 4-pin. Try to get what you can and stay clean a bit about the operative situation for the tournament. Brittany with 46 in the, Ryan with 46 in the third with the open. Brittany with a strike spare so far. And high flush for Brittany. And she's playing an area that just really no one has really been able to play and get to work, but she gets the ball just to sit down off the pattern and not do anything crazy. And that one he started right, and he's lucky he didn't leave a washout on that one. And I'm not sure if that was any kind of adjustment off the left lane or not when it jumped. So he's on the spare. Everyone seemed pretty quiet. Still a nice little gathering. And he just flushes that one after he went up through the nose the last time over there, so he made a good move, good adjustment. So 66 and a strike for Powers. Brittany with a strike, spare strike, 59 in the third. Just gets the ball to sit down. Championship match coming up next. Zach Rose, your tournament leader, or not tournament leader, excuse me, the last person in the winner's bracket. Hasn't lost a game yet, so he'll have to lose twice in order to win, or in order to lose. And that'll be on 11 and 12, or 13 and 14. I'll be on a fresh pair. And the Greek Church. Probably just go with a safe 8 out on the Greek Church. Yeah, that's what she does. So Powers working on a strike in the fifth, walks up in the sixth, and Brittany with a 110 in the sixth. So with a double 126, Ryan Powers can give him a 16-pin lead. That one got in, and that one held. He got that one in just a pinch. Unless that's what he intended to, because there may not be as much traffic in that spot where he threw it and he could get the ball to hold. Oh, and he just scouts the beating out of the 10 pin off that one. It looked like he got that one in a pinch, too. So he may be moving his eyes just a little bit and just have a little bit more oil to get the ball through. But that was a big shot for Ryan Powers. Brittany with a flush, and she's actually inside 20 She's literally playing a spot that basically no one has been or even thought about being out. Yeah, she's pretty close. Oh, jeez. There's the 479. That thing has haunted her all over the place today, especially the last match against Zach Rhodes, where she had the 4.6 or the 4.710 and the 4.9 or 4.79 and 4.9. So 9 out. And if Ryan comes up here and gets a no, that's going to be a hard ship to get out of. 138 in the eighth for Brittany, 96 in the fifth, working on a three bagger in the eighth for Ryan. So on the four bagger for Ryan, this will all but lock it up as he's actually moved his eyes in and he scouts another one. That's pretty much going to seal it up right there. 198, the max, even on the 9 miss. 890, 20. Yeah, so he's already 220. He already has this one pretty much locked up. I'll tell you, Brittany had a heck of a run. She played a section of the lane that nobody else did. And the nemesis, the 479, just came back to beat her again. Yeah, didn't come up. That will lock it up. Ryan Powers moving on to the finals as he'll be taking on Zach Rhodes. On 13 of 14, a fresh pair. They'll get 5 minutes of practice. And we'll be back in a couple minutes with a championship match. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Championship match. Ryan Powers and Zach Rhodes for the 2023 Missouri Masters. And Zach Rhodes needs to be defeated twice for Powers to win. And Ryan Powers is going to go with what got him there, the Pink Widow. And Zach Rhodes is going to go with what got him there is the surfaced up Supernova. So this will be interesting. No, you're fine. You too, Kathy. Take it easy. Huge thanks to Rick and Kathy Schuster. And like I said, Kathy's an absolute doll. She's just a remarkable woman, nicer than hell. Ryan Burke says it's getting real. Here, let's see how long the battery lasts on that one. You can have your own. If you want to, go ahead and put them in that one real quick. I got one mic's about done with the batteries, so he's going to put some news on that one, and that way Ryan can have his own, and we'll have an interview with both Zach and Ryan when they get done. Wow, he's really getting that hand clean off the ball, but it might have been a pinch in. So the 3-6, 9-10. Try to change that so it's not as tinny. There we go. I didn't know it sounded that tinny earlier. That might be a little bit better. Yep. So, nope, just push it all the way up. Lights just the battery's going down. Ryan, you need to take a look here. Jaden
Hinojosa.
Ryan Burks is my dad.
Oh, I didn't know I had one out there.
If you don't, you do now. You're behind on your child support payments, and you catch up.
He's above 18.
Okay, well, you're really behind then.
But yeah, definitely seems that Powers found something with that Pink Widow here.
Well, and it's interesting. If you take a look at the difference, you've got a urethane Pink Widow, and you have a Big Core Supernova, two totally different balls.
Well, they have they're both smooth.
Yeah,
right? That's the idea there. Yes, one's urethane, but both still pretty big asymmetrical cores. But yeah, he's definitely found something.
Well, yeah, because urethane, I guess urethane with that Widow core is still going to flare. So it's not like it's going to be the pitch blacks or anything where the flare is a lot less. And I guess you're still running the surface. I guess I'm looking at the strength of the cover.
Yeah.
Between the two.
Yeah, they're both slow response, that's for sure. But Zach did start. Zach did start over here. He did start over here today. I believe the first match he shot 220.
You know what? It's been a few games since then. I don't remember.
It's been real. This pair has been re-oiled twice. They re-oiled it during the 3-4 match, so it's been sitting for like 30 minutes.
No, for a good little bit.
Yeah.
And the one thing that Zach kind of had a problem with, he had a couple of them down on his winner's bracket match with Brittany, was there was a couple times where he'd actually hold on to a little bit longer and it'd actually get a little bit more loft, like he did with that one, and it just it just sailed down lane on him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the urethane is going to make a difference for Zach. It'll be interesting to see how this goes the back half. He's already elevating it.
Yeah. And that, there's another one that did not get off his hand. You can actually hear his thumb pop a little bit coming out of it. It sounded like.
Yeah, I think he's gonna switch to that gym here pretty quick.
Better feel or just a bigger core?
Well, very similar cover stock, right? The gym is still slow response. However, it's not. It doesn't have as much asymmetry as the Supernova.
Mhm.
So, what I think is potentially happening is because of the urethane, he's seeing more early hook. On top of that, a little more carry down. So if he were to go to the gym, it, being less asymmetry, it should be a little cleaner through the fronts or longer through the front part of the lane. Should be able to shape it a little bit more and maybe go around it. But it's tough to say, especially on lane 14, as tight as it has been during these matches. Oh,
I'll tell you
that's
what.
the last thing you want to see.
I'll tell you what. This pattern. It's interesting to see how a pattern develops just by the pins that are left. Because you take a look at Brittany, her nemesis was the 4-9, 4-7-9. That just killed her all day.
Yeah.
and I said earlier, the difference on leaving a 4 to a 4-9 is so minuscule.
Yeah, I think it's partially just the racks here. Oh,
Oh,
wow, what a
good
spare.
shot. That's big.
Yeah, I'm saying I think it's partially just the racks here. It's a Brunswick lane surface, and we have AMF pin setters. But we see a lot of 10 pins. Of course, it's a common leave. But then you try to create a little bit more shape, a little more angle to get the 10 out, and then you see those 4-9s.
Right.
So it's a characteristic of this house or these pin setters. But yes, the pattern, now that some of the bowlers have found that look outside, when they do get it into the pocket, there's a little too much angle, and that's you see all these 4-9s. Brittany, on the other hand, she was playing.
She was playing an area that no one even looked at.
Lower rev rate. She was allowed her to move further inside, and she was throwing that ruby, IQ ruby, and
it's almost like, even though it was only 40 feet, it still had the motion like she was playing a fallback.
Yeah. Well, that's the volume.
And then once it came off the pattern, it would just set. It didn't have to hook.
For her, it was speed. Speed had to just be dead perfect.
Mhm.
But this urethane, not only is it giving Ryan early hook to play the outside, but I think it could be messing with his opponents a little bit. You had Manini, who had, it seemed in practice, his gym was hooking early, and then he goes to his axiom solid, and it was okay.
Wow, big move in.
Wow.
I'm not sure if that was just an absolute miss, but
yeah, he's definitely tried to slow hook it a little bit more, but definitely miss in. But yeah, in the match with Ryan and Manini, you could see that Brian started to get some of that early hook, and then he ball changed back to his gym and threw it a little harder. So that was the transition of the urethane. A great spare there.
he's doing exactly what he needs to in that situation. I mean, and that was one thing we talked about, is just keeping, trying to keep all your misses makeable spares.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, that's to the advantage of these players that are throwing it harder and straighter. You look for a little something, and it can get you into trouble, but...
Wow. He really started that one right. It looked like he made a move in, and it just, I don't know if he intentionally got it started right, but that's one of those that never had a chance.
Yeah, you look over here to the right, and Ryan is communicating with Victor, who,
Well, and they know each other so well.
well, Victor had just bowled on 13 and 14, and he was throwing urethane. So I think he's kind of giving him some pointers
Well,
as to maybe how each lane is playing different.
Well, yeah, Ryan and Victor bowled on that pair before they, Ryan went down there against Manini.
Oh, true. I guess it was Ryan that he bowled
Yeah.
against. But Ryan wasn't throwing urethane at that point, was he?
He's been throwing the Pink Widow.
Oh, okay.
Because he threw the Purple Hammer a little bit.
I forgot that it was him in that match. So.
And he said he just didn't feel comfortable throwing the hammer. And then when he goes back down, that ball had it. That was a tank.
You can clearly see Ryan is finding the bump. And that's what Zach had been doing
Even
all
when
day.
we're sitting, you could visually see that ball move.
Yeah. But that's just, like I said, not a lot of people bite the bullet on that pink urethane, the pink asymmetrical urethane. And, what does that ball do? It reads really early.
So what would be the difference between that and like the U-Zen or the Zen-U?
The Zen-U is a symmetrical urethane,
Okay.
and it's a Storm's urethane formulation. Doesn't seem to be as strong as Hammer's urethane formulation.
So the difference between the Purple Hammer and the Pink Widow?
Same cover stock.
Really?
Same exact cover stock. One of them.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah. Both of them are the pearl urethane that Hammer makes. The only difference is the color and the gas mask core that's in the Widow.
Okay.
So if anybody's interested, Mikey Pinnell made a pretty good video doing a comparison on the Purple Hammer and the Pink Hammer urethane.
Really?
He drilled a 2-inch pin one, and it hooks less, but it is more continuous.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he was going to miss the angle on it.
Yeah,
Mr. Pinnell had some pretty good information to work with growing up.
Oh yeah, you can say that.
That was, in fact, I just became friends with him on Facebook, so I may have to.
Yeah, he's making content.
The
bowling science
contact
channel.
him and chew an ear a little bit. But I'm also to the point where sometimes too much information kills me.
Sure. Another bowling channel to check out. Clay Can Play TV. Clay Hardgrove, one of our competitors this weekend, was vlogging.
Okay.
He was vlogging the whole time. So go check out Clay Can Play TV. That's his channel, and I'm sure his video of this event will come out in the next few days, but I definitely look forward to it. It's awesome to see more of these vloggers, people just making bowling content.
I wouldn't mind doing it, but I don't bowl enough tournaments, and B, it takes some time to be able to keep that going.
For sure. Yeah, let's
And
see. Zach's making the move
to the gym and crossed over, and then he popped it off his hand on that one. He doesn't have the reaction that he's had.
It's close
so far.
Nope. That gym is close, but
so right now 97 in the 6th, working on the strike, so he can go 117 on the spare in the 7th with a spare in the 8th for Zach Rhodes. And Ryan Powers has 119 in the 6th, working on the spare in the 7th. So 2-pin difference. Actually, I'll take it back.
22.
22, yeah. And if Powers wins this one, he's going to have to do it all over again.
Lay off.
Yeah,
Oh,
you could tell that ball was left
yeah,
quick.
and he's going to start to deal with some of the early hook too. He can't move that much further right and throw it hard. I don't. If he can pull this first game off, the next game is not going to be high scoring. Not that many of these were.
Right. But you got to, the high scoring is considered 210, 220.
Man, yes, that would definitely be considered a high scoring game. If somebody cracks 200. So right now Ryan has to punch.
I made
These
I
are
made
fresh.
the comment to Brandon Cruz that after bowling on this and watching this compared to watching the Masters last year, it really puts in perspective how good the guys on tour are.
Yeah.
It's just it's nuts. But at the same time, those guys have more knowledge to look at patterns and know where they want to break them down at, and plus they have all the ball reps and all the equipment and everything. So there's a lot of things that go into it, but they still are that good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this event compared to that was a great shot there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think the left lane is going to be a problem for him, but the right lane hooks early compared to the left, and what they're going to try and do is keep inching right and trying to go a little harder and straighter. But I don't know how much further they can do that. But yeah, the original. The USBC Masters compared to this, a lot more bowling. You do see the burn a little bit more.
And Zach right now
That's a big
does not.
Brooklyn.
He just doesn't have the release off his hand.
No, he's
The only thing we're missing
straight
off
to the
this is
bag.
the red oil. We're just missing the red oil.
Red oil. Well, they have red oil, blue oil. I want our own color of oil.
Purple? Green?
We could do green oil. That would be cool.
I think green would show up. You need a darker color. Try to go orange. I don't think it'd really show up that much.
Yeah, it's too close to the red. I think green would be...
Black? How about black oil?
I'm not cleaning those.
You'd have to get a whole separate machine because I don't think Brian could put black in there.
Oh, wow.
Well, you take what you can when you can. Brian just turns around and throws that great shot. I did that to a guy in match play in Salina when All Star was still open, and I was throwing it was the silver Vixen. I think it was called the Vixen. Anyway, and I threw one ball and it crosses over and strikes. And I threw the next ball and it crossed over and strikes. I just threw bad balls. Well, the guy had already taken his tape off his hand and stuff. And
there it is. This is huge.
And I threw the next one. And I think I needed
the 8 count was big.
I think I needed a 3-bagger to tie or something. He had, or no, 3-bagger to win. And then I just screwed the last one up and tried to make a move when a guy behind me said, "You need to throw the same ball again."
Oh, man. But yeah, that count was kind of big and potential tie. Ninth and 10th frame roll off. Okay.
Hey, Brian. So we're talking about the only thing that we need for this is our own colored oil. Can we use black oil?
No.
Oh, well, hey, we could ask.
Well,
All
I
right.
do wear all black clothes, so.
Well, there you go.
All right, here we go.
Burks just said he wouldn't want to clean it up.
Yeah, I know. Make every ball
This
black.
lane's hooking early. This lane's hooking early.
Needs the first one.
Nice
Oh.
shot. A great shot.
That's-
and that is going to
That'll take the
force
first.
another game.
Yep. And I'll
As long
tell
as
you
he
what,
stays behind the line.
where Zach was, there was a point where you thought he was. Well, okay. His confidence is not very high right now because he's not letting go of the ball very well. He's not getting it clean off his hand.
He's been trusting that bump, that
Right.
early hook that's been outside all day, and you start getting a little bit of urethane on there, and it changes it real quick. Your break point now has to be further down the lane, and you saw him ball change to that gym, and he still hasn't quite found the spot for that ball yet. So I saw him looking at his bag. I don't know if he has another piece, like his Phase 2 and Zen Master or Zen Soul I've seen. But this championship match is going to be rather interesting.
So I'm going to, let's see. Let me take, yeah. So loses the second game against Brittany Smith. And so So this is his sixth game that he's won coming out of the losers bracket. So Ryan Powers has the chance to win 7 straight games coming through the losers bracket to win the tournament. And that's even to go 6 to get in this situation is pretty stout bowling. So Zach Rhodes is going to start on this one. I just looked up. Ryan Powers has won 6 games in a row in the losers bracket.
I think that's when he went to the Pink Widow urethane.
Is it?
I think so.
Well, we'll have to ask him because we'll interview them both. We'll have the trophy presentations and the check presentations, and we'll talk to both Zach and Ryan.
Oh no. Interesting strategy at the 2-8 there.
That's well, and on this pattern, it's hard to decide how to attack that too.
Yeah.
Because most
personally, I would have thought he, I know he's still not trusting his ball reaction a little bit out there, but if he's going to make a move or something,
move your ice 3
yeah,
left or something, because it's going to run.
I would have potentially tried, something different. And hooking at it. I would have tried a different ball. Maybe.
Even on a tough pattern, I'm not one to throw at it. But he's made some spare shots throwing straight at him that have been really good. He threw the.
I think he'll be okay. He'll wake up. That'll wake him up a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan was completely content with crossing over and catching a Brooklyn or 2 on this right lane.
Think so?
It's I know it's hooking early for him.
We could get Victor over here. He'd be able to tell us, give us some intel.
Manini, you want to sit in here at all? Have a seat.
Then we switch mics when we get Manini in here.
Hello.
Ever talkative?
Yes, I'll talk.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that one.
Yeah.
That ball was already starting right. I'm surprised it made it back that far.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing when I bowled Ryan, the urethane changed lanes just enough. And when we got there, the fronts were hooking a little bit more, and the urethane took that, but it also took some down lane, so I was able to ball up to the bigger ball to the gem. And
yeah. Were you kind of telling yourself you probably should have made that change sooner from that action solid?
Yeah, at least
I
2
can
to 3
see it in
frames.
the head going, yeah, probably should have sooner.
Yeah, 2 to 3 frames earlier I should have done it. I guess I just didn't take that into consideration that he was throwing it, and started to see. I felt like I was pretty tight with the axiom. I was trying to hit a square meter or square centimeter or something. I don't know, but I'm not good at that apparently. But
now you know.
Yeah. There's one thing you can be. It doesn't matter where you play. You can play. You can actually play big angles on this, but you gotta be
Well,
really
big
soft-handed,
move.
slow speed, soft hand. Yeah.
Big ball change and big move by Zach Rhodes, as he's totally abandoned the outside, and kind of what Burks was talking about. The front's just going now, and he trying to get a little bit further down lane. If he's playing outside, it won't recover.
Yeah, you gotta. When you're outside, you gotta hit the one board you're looking at. You better hit it.
Mhm.
You don't have any miss room right or left. But when you move in, you can kind of come up the back of the ball and try to control the back end of the lane. Just keep the ball on path.
Like what Brittany was doing.
Yeah, you just want to keep the ball on path, keep it safe, make your spares, because it doesn't take much to win these matches. I'll tell you what, the 2-8, that feels like a 7-10 on this.
It did. Yeah, and I'm not the one that has guts enough or talent enough to throw straight out at 2-8, and Zach's the ones that does. Whoa.
Yeah, there was a lot of that this week too.
I made the comment, it's not hard to miss the head pin on this stuff, and that shot there was kind of what you were talking about this morning. We were talking. You can go left to right. You just don't go too far right.
Well, the problem is you have to relax your swing and still hit the ball. You can't hit it early. That's the problem. You got to be able to have a soft hand and still hit your target. Something I've been working on for 5 years.
Are you getting any better at it?
No.
Okay.
Little.
I just checking.
Instead of missing by 12 boards, I missed by like 5 or 6 now.
So you've condensed it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is still not good for this kind of pattern. You can't miss by 2.
Yeah.
Nice shot. That was a good spare.
If you want to give a guy grief, he comes walking back, you go, obviously you leave that enough to get enough practice to be able to cover that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I left 5 pins in this tournament, and that's not normal.
Yeah, that's...
I made them all too, which is good.
Well,
I didn't have to buy any drinks.
I will say that Joey Finley did not make all of his 5 pins, so...
Yeah, hooking at spares is a problem. That's not a good idea on this. That was a good shot.
There's the fronts again. That ball started checking a bit early.
Well, I talked to him earlier, and that's what he's trying to do is get it to read early, and being urethane, it's going to lay off a little bit more in the back. But
try to get back into the oil a little bit and freeze up.
Yeah.
Almost playing like 3 phases. You want to see the friction, get it back in the oil so it stops just for your direction, and then it comes off the pattern, has just a tick more push getting through.
Yeah, he should be getting to the point where he's going to be fighting his own urethane path here.
Wow, that we haven't seen today.
I saw it. Just once, though.
I don't think I'd seen that today. That one. Hey, Victor, how many times you seen a pocket light 4? Haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, that was an oddity.
Yeah, I think this place would be one of the if we were to put Cheetah out. That was not good. But if we were to put Cheetah out here, I think this would be one of the houses where people would struggle because it's a brand new surface, so the outside
Isn't
got a little
as
hang
defined,
to it.
yeah. That'd make it interesting for sure.
But also make a lot more urethane balls come in, and not sure how I feel about that. I just don't. It's very easy to blame urethane for a lot of stuff, and as soon as you see it, that's where you go. But you don't know that that's the actual cause of your issues, especially on patterns like this. Because
you didn't get a chance to throw the infused Badger that Global had, and that thing was 70. I'm trying to remember what the mix on that, but it was a urethane reactive mix. That ball was really good.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know I have a UC3 that I like if I take it anywhere, but It's probably the only urethane ball I currently own that I can throw.
Another ball change. And right
Yeah,
now
and that's-
Zach's just trying to find something that he can have a little bit of miss room with, but right now he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, and as long as he can stay out of trouble on his count, I mean, you can do that. You can fish. I fished around for a game and shot $1.84 on this, which is really good. I didn't win, but matter of fact, it was against Zach, and I don't think I threw a good shot that whole game. So I was trying 3 different releases and a couple different balls. So that was a good spare. Yeah, so we got a close match.
So 43 in the third, working on a spare for Zach. Ryan Powers with
4
a
pins.
67
Yeah.
in the fourth on the open. So
Yeah, 4 pins.
with a strike here, be a 4-pin difference for Powers.
That's a good shot. Just did the ball just wrong. Probably needs something a little. It's hard because in that shot right there, it looked good. So you think if it would finish a little harder, it'd be good. But then if he balls up, he goes to a bigger ball. You get in the mid lane, it's going to hook way early, and then you're taking 4 off the left.
And I'll tell you what I want to do now. I actually want to go home and pull up last year's Masters on YouTube and watch it, and take a look at the difference. But then, like I was telling Burke, those guys can look at the graph. They can see exactly where they want to break it down at, and they have, the guys here, they're bowling on a pair that may have 4 games burn on it, and then we're going back to fresh where they have, I think it's 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and they can break down the pattern on how they want, so they make it look easier.
Yeah.
But it comes down to how you're breaking the lane down.
Yeah, I think if you went back and watched some of the matches in qualifying, or the matches in the bracket from last year, I think it'd be similar to this. The shows are always a little different. You got all the heat and all that stuff from the lights and everything, so it changes it even more. Yeah, this is going to be one of the lower scoring games.
And right now, the only thing Ryan needs to worry about is just filling frames.
Yep.
Because I don't think Zach really is comfortable. He's fishing. He's already made a couple ball changes.
Yeah, if Zach can find something where he can get close and just not get in trouble, not leave splits, then this will be a close game.
And it's hard. It's hard for him to go left to right now because he hadn't been doing it most of the game. Or most of the tournament.
Well, you gotta kind of have a soft hand and use a ball that's going to recover, and it's hard to trust that because you could very easily throw it out the window and get 3 off the right again. Okay, it looks like Zach's going to go to the dark code, a shiny dark code. It looks like he's going to go to.
So that thing's really going to rip off.
Yeah, and as long as he's deep enough
Should
and
we put
it doesn't
shades
reach
on
too
in
early.
case it starts sparking?
The only problem I think with the dark code, it's got a possibility of reading too early still, and if it doesn't get through the mids, it's. But we'll see.
I think he's in an area where neither one of them really been, so that oil.
Yeah, and it's on the fresh, so he might be all right. But I don't know. I just know that when you get deep in there with something that's going to recover it, as soon as it hits the dry, it's going left on you.
Whoa. He'll take that one. Ryan Burke's back with us as Brian Manini goes get the phone. So Zach's making the switch to the dark code.
Yeah, I think that's
another
what he's
ball
gonna
that
do.
I've looked at.
Yeah, somebody was asking us, like, why is he doing that? Well, you can tell it's shiny. And like I said earlier, as you might have seen in the first half of this match, early hook, it's getting tighter down lane. They're trying to throw it through it. So.
Whoa.
Oh, and there's that ball change. The ball gets through the fronts, but that code is one of the bigger asymmetrics that Storm's ever made. So it's still pretty smooth. So I think compared to a Supernova, it's just a little cleaner through the fronts and just a little more dynamic, a little more controllable down lane.
So Zach's made a big move from where he's been throwing the last few games.
It's a good shot.
Oh, and he gets the love tap on the 9.
So he ball changes to a dark code and doubles.
be careful with those because sometimes if you hit the dry too soon, it starts reading that one red a little earlier than the one on the right.
Right.
Yep.
So
It's your hand. If you just bump it a little, get a little extra finger in there, it's like. Yeah.
So a double for Zach with a 69 in the fifth, 87 in the fifth with a strike for Ryan Powers.
Oh wow!
Wow!
The
What carry was that?
The 6-pin just snapped the bottom off that 10-pin, just barely.
Spiderweb came off of that ball and took all the pins with it.
Spider-Man. So the double for and it's a good thing that Zach had made that ball change because he could be in a world of hurt if he didn't.
Yeah.
Still have a 22-pin lead or 18-pin lead.
Yeah, the question for me is how long is Ryan going to be able, can he, what is it?
He only needs to do it 3 more balls.
He only needs one more on that right lane, I guess.
Yeah. And you can see that one stays online a little bit longer than the one on the right lane.
Yep.
So we'll have the presentation of the second and first place trophy and the first place check.
Just first place trophy. We got the Big Eagle stays here at
Oh, okay.
Revolutions Lanes, where we're gonna put a plaque, all the annual winners on
Nice.
there, and the Little Eagle goes to the winner.
I like it.
And
we'll still have to talk to second place, and that one's gonna hurt. And even then, that was still a good ball.
Almost identical to the last shot.
Yeah.
Except the 9 didn't fall. He needs it now.
And I'll tell you what, that black coat, that dark coat does look good. That does.
Like the biggest
go well
thing,
for him.
it's shiny.
Got to keep it shiny.
Oh gosh,
That's
not what you want to do in your championship matches.
186 max right now for Zach Rhodes. And just what a mark for Ryan Powers, and he's going to be the 2023 Missouri Masters champion. Throwing 7 games in the losers bracket after losing the second round.
Well,
and this
the last thing you want here is 5.
Yeah, that would not be good. And that's going to be a big winner for Ryan Powers.
Wow.
Coming up 7 games for the losers bracket.
I think he might have sold some Pink Widows this weekend.
He might have sold some Pink Widows.
He might have sold some Pink
Widows.
Widows.
He might have sold some Pink Widows. So Brian Powers is going to win the 2023 Missouri Masters, and he's not even going to mess with it. He's going to throw it right up the gut, and that's a winner.
Yeah, I'll pick it up. Let's see you pick it up.
That's pretty remarkable. That was a pretty remarkable run by Ryan Powers, winning 7 games in the losers bracket to come up with the win. As Zach Rhodes is going to finish up his 10th frame. Right. So we'll get with Zach Rhodes, and then we'll get with Ryan Powers. And what a better way to throw a getter on the last ball. Zach Rose goes through the bracket undefeated up until the championship match and just didn't quite have the look that he had before. So, what better fashion? Nice job, man. So, first of all, we'll get with Zach Rhodes. We got to get with Zach Rhodes here, finishing second place. And we talked earlier. You come up undefeated through the bracket, and you had to wait. What was going through your mind, and trying to get prepared for it.
Not much. Just sitting there waiting to bowl.
Did you just not have the look on the outside that you had the previous games?
Yeah, I should have jumped in sooner. I didn't. I tried to keep throwing shots right because I made a couple bad ones early, so I wasn't trusting that move left because I wanted to make sure I threw a couple good ones to know that what I was doing to the right wasn't working, and I should have just made the jump.
It didn't look like you had the release that you had earlier, like in your match with Brittany. You were getting the ball off your hand nice and clean and everything, and a couple times it kind of looked like your swing wasn't loose, the release wasn't loose, or the release wasn't as loose, so you could get to where you needed to.
Yeah, I think part of that was just being in the wrong part of the lane, so I was trying to force the ball to work, so that's why swing was loose. Like those last few shots there were a lot better once I finally saw what I needed to do. It just took way too long to get there.
Help Zach Rose finish in second place. Nice job. Congratulations on a good tournament.
Yep,
we'll see you next year. So Zach Rhodes comes up second, and we'll give him a check.
There you go, man. Great bowling.
And we got the check presentation. We got a trophy.
Zach, if you don't mind, I'll get a picture with you in front of the banner.
Okay. Yeah.
We got the big check and the. We got. Ooh, yeah. We get some more mousse for your hair there, son. Let's. Go ahead and get Ryan Powers and the 2023 Missouri Masters. All right, there you go. We'll give us Ryan Powers, and let's see. First, we got analysis from Victor, so that was always nice to have. You had your match against Victor. You weren't too comfortable with the Purple Hammer. Mm-hmm. You stuck with the pink Widow urethane. When did you change to that ball first?
So Brittany was about to shoot 250 on me, and she ended up shooting 235. So I had to abandon ship on what I've been doing the whole tournament, find something else.
So that's when you switched to that ball. Was in the middle of the match with Brittany in the second round.
Yep. Yeah, I went about, if I had to put a number to it, I went about 40 boards right and just try to bank it off of or plate right up one. And the rest of the match, it looked really good. So I just kind of took that and it got me here.
After your match with Brittany, did you think you had 7 games to run the gauntlet in order to win the tournament?
Well, I knew I had 7 games to go, but with how the match ended with Brittany and how that ball reaction looked, there was no doubt that I could put up some 200s at least.
Had to feel pretty good to get Brittany again in the semifinal match and get a little bit of revenge to come back for the championship one.
Yeah. We have a good relationship. She was worried about my spare making abilities on our first match, and I missed like 4 makeable spares on it.
I do believe we talked about that later on in the tournament, didn't we?
Yeah. But yeah, going into the next match, I knew it was going to be tough because she can execute strikes. She can put strings together if she gets on a roll. So, I knew I had a really good line on the gutter, and the pair played a little bit different per lane, so I had to adjust for that quickly, but then I was able to string the rest of the way.
Well, and you were able to be on the island by yourself because she's playing inside 5 and she's playing on an island that no one else is. So you really didn't have to worry about anything crossing your path.
Yep, and that's what it really was for the rest of the tournament when I found it, because nobody was playing urethane on the gutter like I was, and it's because it wasn't there. But putting this ball at 500 grit and just the ability to start it so far right really kind of burned a spot, especially bowling on this championship pair, burned that spot, and I just had to migrate left a little bit more each frame just to keep banking it off of it.
And then Zach's also playing outside, and he's the one with a more aggressive cover than you were. Did that actually help you a little bit because it ended up allowing the fronts to burn up a little bit and causing him to abandon ship and get someplace else?
Yeah, I think, with him out there, I was able to keep that same shot at the beginning, but when I started moving farther left and inching a board by board, I had to do a little faster because I ran into him a little bit. So I started a little bit righter, but as soon as I had to move with the breakdown, I had to make more aggressive moves because he was just right there for the first part.
What was the most consistent adjustment that you had to make through the tournament?
Well, you're talking from, I was playing fourth arrow, inside fourth arrow, to now playing outside of first arrow. So.
Well, but when you moved outside, was it a tweak move? Was it a speed
I was
move?
only moving about a board each. It just depended on the pair. I mean, like I said, 5 and 6, 5 just read so hard off of the gutter. I was really surprised on that. So I moved, 2 boards left on that one, was able to string the rest of the way on both lanes. So on this pair, it was I was a little bit lost. Wasn't executing as best as I wanted to, but. I just had to keep going left because the ball just kept reading earlier and earlier.
So my last question is Victor driving and you're going to plant that on the dashboard right in front so he can see it all the way home?
No, I'm going to drive because I would like to get home under 3 hours.
But he's buying, right?
Apparently I'm going to buy.
Not like you can't afford it right now.
We could go to the casino.
Oh, there you go. Ryan Powers with a championship win, 7 games. Nice job. It was a great show. Ryan Powers with a 2020 Missouri Masters Championship and a great games to win in the losers bracket to come all the way back up, beat Zach Rhodes twice for the win. So, in fact, you know what? Let's do this. We're going to get an interview out here real quick. We're going to get one more. Ryan, come out here. Alrighty, first Missouri Masters tournament. This was an idea that you had. The turnout and everything, you had to love everything the way it turned out.
Yeah, everything went really smooth this weekend. Got a lot of help from Lisa Finley, my mom and dad. Brian, his staff was amazing this weekend. Everybody was on the ball and just couldn't have went smoother.
Yeah, I had great turnout. Next year is only going to be bigger. You know it's going to. Yeah. And so, hey, there's always more room for more sponsors. It just makes the tournament that much bigger and better.
Yeah, we'll definitely look for the same sponsors, if not more sponsors, and then potentially open up more squads. So, yeah, I'm really happy with how this one went and look forward to the next one.
All right, well, congratulations. Nice job. Great idea, and it's going to be a yearly deal. So Ryan Burks with the 2023 Missouri Masters tournament. All right. Yep. And that's going to do it for all the sponsors. Also, John Lawrence, Berkey's Turkish Pro Shop, here at Revolutions Lanes, Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour, Jason with Face Designs Print Shop, and Rick and Kathy Schuster for all their help. And once again, congratulations to Ryan Powers, winning 7 games after losing the second round to come up with the championship. So for all the sponsors, Brian Manini, proprietor here at Revolutions Lanes, and everyone join us and appreciate all the bowlers that got with us and everything. Once again, Ryan Powers with the win. Thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of the week. Have a great summer. For anyone who's interested, that's 50 and older, Lee Summit at Summit Lanes in 2 weeks for the last stop of the Northwest Missouri Senior Bowlers Tour. So have a great week, and we will